Okay, I think we are live and my audio is working. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. This is going to be a fun session. We'll do some news and updates as well. But yeah, today is actually primarily a demo and discussion of OpenTabletDriver, believe it or not. In fact, you know what? Hey, Nim is here. Hello, hey, Nim. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. I have arranged my setup even better than before, so it's even easier for me to see you, see the comments, and manage the system. So things should be just much better. I always love improving the streaming setup. Okay, as I mentioned, let me just tell the other communities that I am online. First, let me start with my own Discord community. Let's see, 7pen, live and on camera now. Okay, let me copy that text because I'm gonna have to use this with other Discords. Okay, live and on camera now. Oh, Memodraw, thanks to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Should be a fun stream, yes. And I'm gonna demo something, but we'll do a little vibe coding, okay? And we will literally take requests from the audience for features. That's how we're gonna roll today. Okay, let me tell Cube's audience. I guess I'll tell let's see. Talking about OTD and vibe coding in this live stream. Let me tell that. Live and on camera now. Okay. Let's see. Copy that because I'll paste this in the OTD Discord. Okay, Mir is here. Meow, Mir. Thanks for joining us. I know I believe it's late for you. And that was Cube's Discord. Let me go to OpenTabletDriver. Oh, this is where we might get controversy. Let's see. Let me just put it under general. FYI. FYI. Yeah. Kininya. Hey, good to see you. We haven't seen you in a while. Let's see. And let's see. Remember, I started using OTD for my 2.0 Pro 2017 because Wacom kept crashing every few minutes on my Mac. For some reason, it's magical. Okay, we are going to talk about Mac as well, even though what I'm going to demo is on Windows, so we'll talk about it. And let me change a few things on the comments here. Okay, there we go. Now it's better. Mir says, I saw a filter where smoothing applies depending on which direction you take your pen. That's interesting. I had not seen something like that, but I'm interested. Okay, let me back. Whew, okay. Let me start from the basics. Okay, what are we trying to do here? I may need my moving here for this. Oh. Okay, here we go. My moving is here. And where did my music go? It suddenly disappeared. Why did it not? It was playing, and then I think when I started the stream, maybe it stopped. So we will take care of the music in a second. I gotta have music, because otherwise without music, it just drives me... It just feels weird. I forgot the name though. Well, thanks for pointing out. Maybe I'll ask around and someone will tell me. Okay, so I got that. I've got my machine here, and I've got a what do you call this? A tablet in front of me. Which tablet do I have? I have a Movink 13. The Art Pen 2 does not work with the Moving 13, which is upsetting me. Okay? It's not cool. Okay, I'm just doing some setup so my windows are all... Because I do want to draw something for you, and I want to have something I can see for this drawing. In fact, I may need my favorite Parblo stand for this. Give me a second. Parblo stand. Oops, something's touching the keyboard. What's touching the keyboard? Something's pressing the keyboard. Okay. I heard a bunch of clicks. Okay, that's it. Okay, let me fix my... Sorry, there's so many little things to arrange on the desk because I have, again, 2 computers, 2 keyboards, and 2 mice. So it can mentally be challenging, and for reliability, I don't use wireless. So there's just a lot of wires right now in front of me. Kinina, that's interesting. With traditional inking, some people find that pulling the pen brush towards themselves versus flicking. Yes, that's actually interesting that you brought that up, Kinina. There are differences in, I've noticed, I mean, just in a related way. There are differences in whether you want to draw, how can I say it? I'm going to pretend my hand is the tablet, okay? Or better yet, pretend this iPad's a tablet for a second. There are actually differences, in addition to pulling, in drawing, if you're drawing a stroke this way, or you're doing it this way or this way, right? Meaning the direction of the stroke versus the direction of the pen that is pointing. So there are actually interesting pressure differences. Right? So that's something, I definitely want to explore one day. Let's see, let me change the background of my monitor here, just so it's easier for you to understand what you're seeing. What? Background color, let's make it, what's a good color for, I'm gonna make it kind of purpley. Then it's obvious it's which screen you're looking at. Okay. And, let's see if we get, someone's left a comment in the Discord here. Default is asking a question about, let me just comment to him real quick. I'm on stream right now, but I'll try to, I'm on stream right now, so I will look at it in a bit. There is a setting in Photoshop called angle check, but if I remember, the setting is called angle jitter. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, Mira, I didn't mean to keep you up, so if you need to sleep, go ahead and sleep. Okay, and let me just make sure if anyone's got any comments on the other Discords. Because, they might. Or they might not care. Or they might be offended. We never know. Okay, so I've got that. Let me open up, I want to get a PowerPoint in here. Because I think I need to take some notes. And I need to get a whiteboard as well. So give me a second. Meanwhile, how was everyone's weekend? I hope everyone had a good one. I did. Though I don't think I was very productive Sunday. Much more productive on Saturday. Let's see. Let's get PowerPoint up. Let's get PowerPoint up in here. Okay. Great. And then I'm going to actually get a Microsoft whiteboard as well. Again, confusing my mice. That is the challenge with having, again, multiple tablets. What do I need? Microsoft Whiteboard, right? Stream Tools, Microsoft Whiteboard, here we go. Now that I've been vibe coding so much, I think I'm gonna just make my own, honestly, because I don't like Microsoft Whiteboard. I don't think it's very unproductive, but chill. Well, that's success for Sunday. That is success for Sunday. I watched a movie. I can't remember which movie I watched right now. What did I watch? It was an 80s movie that I really liked. Now I can't remember what it was. I'll have to think about it. Okay, a new whiteboard is here. And let me... I'm picking up the wrong mouse again. Start with a blank canvas. Okay. Okay, so while that's there, I think I'm just going to use the darn PowerPoint because it's just easier to deal with. And let me get to the right. Okay, here we go. Let's change the layout. And this is about simplifying OTD, OpenTabletDriver, for artists. Okay. That is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about simplifying OpenTabletDriver for artists. And let me begin by elaborating something. Oops. There we go. I want to elaborate the challenge. Okay. The challenge is this. Just some context. I primarily draw on Windows. I have plenty of Macs, but I primarily draw on Windows. And Windows and how Windows works with drawing tablets is messy. We have different kinds of drivers, WinTab, and then of course Windows Ink. That's one thing. On top of that, you need to install these kernel level components. Really, if you want to use a drawing tablet to its fullest. And then we of course have, people will find this brand's tablet driver unreliable, or others more reliable. There's no clear pattern, by the way. It's not that Wacom's are the best or Huyon's are the best. It's just sometimes people have problem with different drivers. So in this context, a great solution, and then of course, we have one more problem, which is drivers get out of date. Wacom drops tablet support for drivers. Some people want to use very old drawing tablets. I don't blame them because they work forever, which I've proven on stream. I've used tablets that are 30 years old on stream, and I've drawn with them. We'll do that today if you want to. MemoDraw. I think I've addressed that problem as hardcore as one can about force proportions. I can make it even better, but I have forced that problem to get solved. Okay, so to deal with these problems, a solution is to use OpenTabletDriver. Now, OpenTabletDriver really came from the OSU community, which is really about playing OSU, of course. And OpenTabletDriver is a high-performance driver for that purpose. And when you look at OpenTabletDriver, it is geared for that audience. And that's the right thing. That's who uses it. It's built for them. So, of course, it is geared for them. Okay? And let's just take a look at OpenTabletDriver, which I have downloaded somewhere. Give me a minute and I'll bring it up. Okay, and there we go. I've got it up. Let's take a look here. Okay, this is OpenTabletDriver. And it is, actually it's kind of confused right now about how many monitors I have. Okay, I don't know why it thinks this, but why this monitor is over on the far right here. It's a little, I have no clue why it believes this is true. I have two displays, and they're not even arranged in this way. Cube says it's called lock aspect ratio OTD. You need to right click. So this UI is thorough, and it does fancy things. I don't think people even realize it does things like, let me find this. Look at this. You can rotate the tablet, and this isn't meant as a criticism. I'm just pointing out it does a lot. Okay, and you have to make choices in OpenTabletDriver. Like you have to, as Cube just pointed out, in order to avoid distortion, you have to say lock aspect ratio, which makes sense if you're in this world, but a normal user, in Wacom, what's it called? Force proportions. In Huion, it's called screen ratio. I think all those words are bad. And I don't think people, to be honest, I don't think people should have a choice. Okay, I know it sounds awful, but you'll see what I mean in a second. In OpenTabletDriver on Windows, you have to pick between these modes. Now, absolute mode is the normal way tablets work. The relative mode is mouse mode. That kind of makes sense. But here we see really, as an artist, you have to use Windows Ink absolute mode. or Windows Ink Reload. So it's 4 modes you have to pick, right? So that's a challenge. Okay. I have never been satisfied with the way any driver, doesn't matter if it's OTD or Huion or whatever, or Wacom, I've never been satisfied with how they explain how the tablet maps to the screen. I've always found that weird, how they explain it, how they talk about it. Let's see. There's currently some funny business if you have negative monitor offsets in Windows. Primary monitor isn't the top. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. This is the first time I've encountered it. I think I just had coincidentally never mapped them that way. Now, Cube is saying some OSU players do actually use oddly specific area rotations. Another thing, if you're an artist, you will notice OSU players tend, not always, they tend to use tablets that are small. Not only that, they tend to shrink the active area down to like this, okay? That's not an artist perspective. Artists don't do that. You generally want them relatively large, the active area, or the largest possible. Now, here's some other things OTD. I'm just showing you the UI so you understand what I am starting with. You have these filters. Ignore what the filters are here. We're going to get, those are my filters, okay? And I have to give some credit to Cube, and you'll see why in a second. It would be better to be called these code I stole from Cube filters rather than my filters, but you'll see what I'm talking about. And there's tip settings, and you have to configure these. And you used to have to configure these very specifically to Windows Ink pen tip, and you have to configure all the button bindings, and they don't even. And as of yet, they still don't exactly. They're not entirely configurable. Things have gotten simpler, but there's work here to be done. And then there's these plugins, and then there's a lot of stuff here. And please understand what I'm saying. I'm not criticizing OpenTabletDriver. I'm not criticizing how the UI looks, right? What I am saying is there's an impact on me. And let me just show you what the impact is, okay? So that you're absolutely clear. I set up new machines a lot. I have to deal with people who are they have an existing tablet that Wacom no longer supports, or the driver is just flaky. They need a solution. And often the only solution is install the older tablet driver, but that doesn't work because sometimes they don't work with the newer OSs. There's security problems or whatever. Or just the APIs have changed. So OpenTabletDriver, as Cube always says, it brings life to old dead tablets, right? Now, and that's great. It does do that, and that's really the vision of what I have in my mind here. When I give people the instruction to use OpenTabletDriver, I point them to this doc. This isn't even, let me find it actually. OpenTabletDriver has a doc to explain how to install it on Windows. It does tell you how to do that, but if you have to use it as an artist, you are in for a lot of installing and button clicking. And yes, it has gotten simpler over the years, but you'll see as I demo things, those simplifications have only reduced the complexity a little bit. Just as an example of how you have to explain this to people, I have this doc. I'm not going to read the full doc, but I am going to scroll through it just to show you what's involved, okay? Just so you can see how much I have written, okay? And I periodically test this on new Windows installations, right? So there's lots to do. Now, some of you are going to say, well, of course this doc is too long because it tells people to do click by click and it shows UI screenshots. And of course it is a lot, and that's all valid feedback. It's all true and it's all correct. Why is it written this way? I'm going to brag for just a second, just so that you understand. In Microsoft, I'm actually known as an excellent communicator, an excellent writer of docs. I'm also extremely, I know you don't know this about me. I am extremely well known in my teams for telling people how to install complex things through documentation, okay? And the proof that you're good at something really is, do people ever comment to you and say, hey, I liked your doc, it was well written? People tell me that. And I don't consider myself a good writer. I'm not like, Rudyard Kipling or something. But I try to write something with clarity, and when there's feedback, I respond to it and I fix the things. For me, a document is like code. I am always refining the rough edges and how things are explained. So there's just a lot to install here. Okay, look at this. You have to install, in order to use it as an artist, you have to, get this, on Windows. You have to uninstall existing tablet drivers, which is normal. You have to download this thing called vMulti, and if you don't use vMulti, you don't get pressure. Okay? You have to install it, and then you have to, and that might cause a reboot, by the way. You have to install the .NET runtime, maybe, right? I can't solve that problem. You'll see why in a second. You have to download OpenTabletDriver. Then you have to launch it, and you can't launch it as admin, which, people have to be told not to do that. And then you have to, I'm skipping over the things that they're not unique to OpenTabletDriver. You have to do the mapping thing, which is complex, okay? Guides that assume the user knows what they're doing often fail. 100% support telling people exactly. Okay, good. Thank you, Cube. I appreciate it. And that's the goal of this document. It's like, just do this. And I even do things like, if this doesn't work, then, I try to make sure they understand when things might be going wrong, right? And then you have to understand. I know the OTD audience probably are driven crazy by this, but this entire apply versus save thing. So there's 2 buttons in the OTD UI, and it's like it makes sense, but like I forget every time that you don't just hit apply, you have to hit save. Otherwise, the next time you open it up, it's going to forget what you said. There are valid reasons for it. Most UIs don't do that, especially driver UIs don't do that. So it's confusion. Then you have to install a Windows Ink plugin, which Cube wrote, Tablet Expert Cube, who's in the chat. Then you have to configure that mapping mode from not absolute, but Windows Ink absolute mode. Then you have to configure the pen buttons, or at least verify they're set correctly. This used to be a much bigger part of the document, but it's much simpler now. Then you have to, oh yeah, by the way, you don't get pressure curves. That's not in here. You have to install Cube's Slimy Scylla plugin, which also gives you smoothing. And it's, and the plugin architecture for OTD doesn't have UI. I mean, it does have UI, but the pressure curves are not curves. You have to push in numbers, right? No one understands, no one. People understand what the numbers mean if you're like math oriented, and Cube has built a special tool, but what do you really expect? If you're a normal user, you expect a pressure curve in the UI, okay? And then there's the tablet buttons. I didn't do much here, but you can just see like, you have to manually configure them, which I have no complaint here, by the way. This is just normal. Display toggle, I had problems with. Oh, Cube says, I didn't create the Windows Ink plugin, but I'm the current maintainer. Oh, thank you, Cube. I didn't realize that. And you'll see why that matters when I do my demo, because you are identified very clearly as the Windows Ink person. And so there's other stuff here, but my point is, if you're an artist, this is crazy. This is crazy. What you want is to just install and it works. Now, I can't simplify everything, but I think I've made a big push, and I'm going to demonstrate for you, okay? Okay, now before I do, I want to just talk about what I have done, okay? Because this is going to be a source of controversy and stress for some people. This entire app I'm about to show you has been vibe coded with Claude and Cursor. Yes, there is like a little kernel of it, so to speak, that I wrote manually 2 years ago that deals with pressure curves and some other things, but really, that's a vanishingly small part of what is here, okay? Like, it is zero. Let's just say it's zero. It's all vibe coded. Number 2, I have literally not looked at code, okay? Now, one more thing. I have coded for 30 years, and of course I worked at Microsoft, or 40 actually, and I worked at Microsoft for professionally in, related to code for 30 years. So I do believe I know what I'm doing, okay? And yeah, I have actually shipped code that went into an actual product, okay? The print system of a certain app. So I do have a background in like code that actually customers have to see. Let's see. Check the monitor toggle docs when you use it again. I've included some more details on how to get the values since last time. It does require math. Okay. Hopefully I've simplified that with my UI. Okay. So let me try to explain a few things, because if I don't do this, people are going to get confused. They might even get upset. I don't want them to get either. OpenTabletDriver is actively maintained. In fact, I have a pull request on it to edit a file. not a code file, like let's call it a configuration file. Okay. So I guess in a sense you could say even I am part of OTD development, in a sense, in a tiny sense. OTD, one of the things they are doing is, as I understand it, and Cube, please tell me if I messed any part of this up. They are building a new UI for it on a framework called Avalonia. Okay. And the reason I bring this up is not, for those of you who are artists, it's not to just pile on with technical details. It's because this context matters in how to explain this socially, okay? So if you're an OpenTabletDriver developer, one thing happens when you're doing what I'm doing, people who actually work on the product may take offense at what you're doing, because they may say, well, you're not really working on OpenTabletDriver, you're just doing your own thing, and that's all that's true. But I don't want people to get confused. I am not trying to change the plans of OpenTabletDriver. I am not trying to get that dev team to adopt this UI. I am not trying to propose this UI to OpenTabletDriver. If you're part of the OpenTabletDriver community, the developers, you should just interpret this as a tool, and I'll talk more about this, a tool that I myself am going to use because it simplifies my life. And maybe, as you're working on your Avalonia work, there's something in there you could think about, okay? I hope it inspires you, but I don't want you to think, there's any sort of idea of usurpation here, okay? This is just a toy for me, okay? And we'll talk more about its purpose and its audiences in a minute, okay? But I just want to make sure that's clear. This is not, part of the OpenTabletDriver development. I'm not checking this into their repo. I do have it on GitHub, but it's not part of that. It is built on top of OpenTabletDriver in a very key way. I'll talk about that. And on Cube's work, this would not have been possible without Cube. I want to make sure you understand that, okay? My job here, what I did was take what is built and put enough pretty stuff on top of it so that it's simpler, okay? Now let's talk about the audiences here. Okay, I'm gonna demo in a second. I know you're probably just wanting to get to the demo. The first audience is me, because guess what? This document, I hate. I hate this document, okay? I cannot stand this document. Every time I have to install OpenTabletDriver or set it up on a machine, it takes me hours to psychologically convince myself to go through this document. I wrote it, but I hate the fact I have to go through all these steps. I cannot stand it. Okay, so there's just a lot of apprehension on my own part. Okay, so that's part number one. So the first audience for this is me. I intend to use this so that I can use OpenTabletDriver. And I want to use OpenTabletDriver for a couple of reasons. This year, I want to spend a month drawing with a very old Wacom tablet to show and to prove to people who have these old tablets in 203, maybe in 202, these tablets last forever, okay? And you can give, just as Cube says, you can resurrect your old tablets with OpenTabletDriver. I just want to make that resurrection easier, even for myself, okay? Number two, I am doing a lot of testing these days involving OpenTabletDriver. I'm not testing OpenTabletDriver, I'm testing older tablets with it. And I'm switching between tablets a lot, and I hate reinstalling drivers, so OpenTabletDriver solves that problem for me. One driver that works with basically everything I have. So the first audience is me. I am the primary user. Maybe I'll be the only user. I'll be totally fine with that, okay? The second audience, as I mentioned, I would like people who work on OpenTabletDriver to simply see the UI and give me feedback. Maybe, again, they'll be inspired by something and say, hey, you know what, this is an idea we should think about. I don't expect that to happen necessarily because their audience is very different. Remember, the primary person using OpenTabletDriver, I'm inventing numbers here. I will bet you 99% of them, 99.9, are OSU players. And probably 0.1% are people like me or artists who they have to use OpenTabletDriver for their older tablets or something like that, okay? So I just want to get that out of the way. That's the second sort of audience, is the OpenTabletDriver community of developers themselves. Hopefully they'll see something interesting. Maybe they'll offer feedback. Maybe there's something I've learned in how I interface with the OpenTabletDriver code, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Third audience is all of you, right? I'd like your feedback. I want you to tell me how this could be better, okay? It basically does almost everything I need right now. There are a few tweaks. I probably tweak it every day a little bit, vibe coded. So let's take a look at that, okay? Now, should people use it? I'd like people to try. I think I'd like some of you I know in my Discord use OpenTabletDriver as an artist, like Cami Luna does. Hopefully she'll give it a chance, okay? And others, because I want your feedback on it. Now, there's one other thing I'm leaving out for this is, because I always do things for multiple reasons, right? Let me get some hydration here. In drawing tablet brands, they make drivers. I don't like their drivers either. Well, I don't like their UI. I think there are many things that happen with drawing tablet drivers which are bad, well, not great at user experience, or easily could be better. And I have this belief, okay, which is normally when you think of drivers, you think of them as a cost of doing business. Like if you didn't have to write the driver as a, you wouldn't write the driver. If Windows would just work, you just do it. But you have to have drivers, okay? Number two is companies do invest time in updating the drivers. You can see that with Huion, Wacom, XPPen, and certainly SenseLabs. All of them have improved the drivers. SenseLabs focused on it. I want to talk about the importance of this. I would like people to view their drawing tablet drivers. Here I'm talking to Huion, XPPen, et cetera, and Wacom. You should view your drivers as a competitive advantage, meaning like, it's something we talk about at Microsoft a lot are, if we have something that we just have to do, it's almost perceived as it's not really part of the product in some sense. Documentation is actually one of them, or community is another one sometimes. Sometimes what I like to do is say, can we take those things and make them competitive advantages? In other words, people will actually start picking your product because of the community. They'll start picking your product because of the documentation, because they know how important it is. You might think I'm joking, that this doesn't actually happen. Let me assure you it does happen. I have talked, like literally face-to-face in a meeting room at the Executive Briefing Center with many companies, where we had to tell them, look, we want you to use our product. And when I say use, that means pay something on the order of like tens of millions of dollars a year. And I've talked to their CTOs or their CEOs or architects, and they're like, yeah, listen, they'll say, we pick this company's solution because their community is so big. We pick them because their documentation and training is so good. Because we know that a product doesn't survive without those things being good. So that's a real thing. And I want to help us have that same attitude. I want to help, I want Wacom, Huion, XPPen to think about people picking the product, not just because the drivers are stable, but the experience is just better, okay? Stability has to be there, of course, and reliability. Okay, so that's another audience of people I'm trying to get at, okay? Maybe we can actually influence how drivers work, how the experience works. Okay, enough yapping. Let me show you, one more thing I need to tell you. How is this experience built? So I'll say it simply now. Basically, OTD has a thing called its WPF UI, okay? This is basically another version of that, like another thing like that. It talks to the OTD daemon, just as the WPF UI does, okay? So it's just another kind of UI. In fact, you can use them both simultaneously. They don't interfere with each other at all, because they talk to some JSON RPC or something. OTD is embedded in this app that I wrote, okay? It isn't, like literally, the OTD repo is a Git submodule. I know it's a little technical, but so the code is built in my tree, and my code is then compiled on top. It's vibe coded, compiled on top of it, okay? Okay, enough with the yapping. And we'll talk about things like vMulti and cubes, plugins, etc. Okay? Enough yapping. Let's do the demo. Let me just make sure I have the right mouse in the right place. Okay, here we go. So let me close the OTD UI. Let me make sure it's not running anywhere, because I want to make sure it's not. Okay. So first thing is, let me start a new. I just want to show you the Git. Actually, I don't need to do that. Okay, I'm just gonna it'll be easier to do it. So it's called OTD Windows Helper.exe. Okay, and this is an Avalonia app. Okay, so in some sense it is. Why did I pick Avalonia? I've been using it more because I don't. WinUI 3 is not ready, and I know OTD devs are working on Avalonia UI, so I thought I might as well, if I'm going to vibe code something, I might as well use Avalonia. So that's what I did. Let me launch it. Okay. And okay, so what are you seeing? What did you notice just there? And let me close this window behind it, since that is going to be confusing for people, or move it away. Give me a second. Let me move some of these other windows so that you're not confused. Okay, great. Actually, give me one more second here. Okay, there we go. Here's the UI. And it may look a little bit weird because I don't have the, let's see if I can, it's not, I was coding this on a 4K monitor, so the resolution is a little bit weird here. I may have to do some scrolling. So here's the first theory, which is this UI, which is called OTD Windows Helper, opens up a dashboard. And the purpose of the dashboard, in my thinking, is this. If everything is green in the dashboard, you should feel happy and things are working. If you see yellow, something is wrong. Something is not working, okay? So let me just prove that to you. Now I have a Wacom MoveInk plugged in. I'm gonna unplug the Wacom, okay? And let's just see what happens. Now you saw this, immediately went to no tablet detected, okay? So think of that as a little orange signal. And I'm gonna plug in a different tablet actually, because I'll get to the MoveInk part of it later. I'm gonna plug in a PTH660 Wacom Intuos Pro Medium from 2017. Okay, now watch what happens. Okay. And it takes anywhere from 3 to 6 seconds, but you should see it plug in. There we go. Wacom PTH660 detected. Okay, so it responds to you very clearly. The tablet has been detected. This is a problem with a lot of drawing tablet drivers, which they're not really clear to you if the tablet's there or not. Okay. Now another thing that comes up about tablets being detected is, well, we'll show it to you later. The OpenTabletDriver daemon is running. Remember, there's always the driver is actually the daemon, and the UI is separate. Okay, this is a configuration UI. So this tells you the daemon is running and app-owned daemon. Why does it say this? In theory, someone could have a system where they have OpenTabletDriver running, the daemon is running, but remember, my app actually has the same daemon. So which daemon is running? The one from this app or the one on some random folder somewhere? So this tells you the daemon is running, and it's this app's daemon. So it's just clear that way, right? And you can just refresh and restart this entire thing here. Okay. vMulti. So notice what it says, installed and active. Now, notice it's an uninstall. So that's another thing I did, which is vMulti can be uninstalled and installed from this UI itself. Okay, because you need this. You need vMulti to use for pressure. That's a short summary. And then there's the Windows Ink plugin. As you can tell, I have Cube's name stated here. And this is also, you can uninstall and install it here, okay? And what does uninstall mean here? It actually fetches both vMulti and Cube's Windows Ink plugin from the cloud, from GitHub, okay? Theoretically, I could, at least with Cube's plugin, I could do that same Git submodule thing and build it. I don't know if that's the right choice. It would make it probably more reliable, but that's another thing. And of course, you can check for updates. And the reason I added this is I had to check for an update recently. So if everything's green here, things are more or less working. One more thing I wanted to show you is what happens if your tablet can't be detected? Okay, so I'm going to go to, say, paired tablets. This is a history of all the tablets that this computer has seen. Okay, so I'm going to, you can see, for example, this moving 13, which I disconnected, it said not detected. I saw this tablet 3 minutes ago, right? And it says the exact time it saw it. The reason I add this is to make sure that when your tablet, sometimes tablets can't connect. Sorry, they cannot be detected, even though they're plugged in. I do not like it when tablet drivers say the tablet's not connected, because they are physically connected often, but they can't be detected. So I make that distinction. My metaphor here was to do what lots of Bluetooth UI does, which is I try to remember, the app tries to remember the tablet. In other words, it doesn't like forget it ever had the tablet, it ever connected. So you're not in a panic about what to do. It's like, oh, okay, at least you remember the tablet was working there. The idea here would be to have maybe a button that says, if you were Huion or somebody, you'd probably have a button here that said, click here for the release notes for this specific model. Now, I don't have that ability to take the tablet ID here and find the documentation for it, but that's the kind of thing this would enable you to do, okay? So, another thing now that I realize is I can probably merge the data here with my own tablet database, which lists what kind of tablet it is. So I'll know things about the tablet, like how old it is, and which are the compatible pens, and all sorts of things. That's actually an interesting idea. I think I'm going to add that, actually. Let me just write that down in one of my... give me a second. I'll move this over. Oh, what am I saying? You can click here and get to the GitHub. So the source code is here, the releases are here, and I'm going to go to the source code, and I'm going to file an issue. Okay? I have a lot of issues I filed. New issue. Okay. Integrate drawing tablet database. So user knows things like compatible pens. What else? Compatible pens, related models, year released. Let's see. Cube says, for Wacom tablets, it's usually possible to detect if a tablet is plugged in, but has obscured or unopenable endpoints, such as Wacom driver holding exclusive control of the main endpoint. I don't really have the technical background to know exactly what endpoint means here, Cube. Is that like a USB thing or a RPC thing? If you can shed a little more detail, I'd like to learn more about that. For Huion tablets, you can always do similar, but you can't always determine which tablet it is, just that there's some got it. Year released. So what other things might we want to know here, right? Maybe the specs, right? Again, the point here is not to add every another feature. It's to help people feel comfortable, like they're in control, and this UI knows what you're using, if possible, okay? Now I've collected, as everyone knows, so everyone can see this, I have my drawing tablet data explorer. And so when I say this, for example, PTH 660, I might be able to do things like view the product page. You go to the user manual, see I can do that here, right? These are things that might be useful for people, right? Theoretically, I could even list the drivers for them. For example, I have the list of all Wacom drivers for the last, I don't know, some number of years. So I could actually say, maybe, check the latest driver, it's this. If you do help export diagnostics and OTD with the exported file, you can view all the endpoints in the, okay, I'll take a look at that. Thank you. See, that level of low-level stuff is just, it's not my expertise for sure. So there's a lot of learning here. Okay. Oh, let me finish filing that issue. Okay. So let's just create that issue. And I'll just file an issue also on what Cube said, which is investigate help, OTD help, export diagnostics. I haven't even gotten to the sexy stuff yet. Trust me, there's sexy stuff here in this driver. Okay, so paired tablets, and of course you can forget them if you want to. I don't know what'll happen since this tablet is detected. I don't know what happens here. I don't want to forget it right now. But you can see I tried it with different tablets. And then there's saved settings. So OTD has a very unique way of talking about how its configurations are loaded. So I used the word snapshots here. Like you can snapshot all the settings of OTD, and I'll just save a snapshot right now, right? And so snapshot 5 got created. I could just call this live stream on, live stream beginning snapshot. If I ever want to go back, okay? I should probably clarify which things get snapshotted because it's just the OTD settings, not the app settings. Custom tablet configs. Now, this is something the app just reveals to you exists in case you have tablets that don't have a configuration. You can install them, but this is just to reveal that they're there because sometimes you don't know. So this makes it clear that they are there. If you can delete them, but it's up to you to add them. There's utilities, which is the tablet driver cleanup, which is very needed when you're installing a new driver. So this is, again, this will just let you install it somewhere and run it, okay? So it should, again, it's trying to simplify something you'll have to do. Now diagnostics, I'm not gonna demonstrate this yet. This actually essentially launches this diagnostics UI like OpenTabletDriver. I'm probably gonna remove this because I don't think it's needed. If you want the diagnostics UI, you can just use OpenTabletDriver, which by the way, you can get to by clicking up here on OpenTabletDriver version. And I'll just click on OTD UX. It takes a couple of seconds for this to come up. I don't know why. You'll see it in a second. It's unusual. So maybe, I have to investigate why it takes so much time. So you can use both these at the same time, but if you're gonna do that, you should refresh the UI in the, and I'll show you the refresh. So you can just use this as well, right? Okay. Now, let's get to the fun stuff because we're just showing you the basic stuff, okay? So I did one more basic, the plugins is there. You can see I have the Windows Ink plugin from Cube, or Cube is the maintainer. And this is when you see OTD Windows Helper Dynamics, that's not a plugin. And really, I want to give credit to Cube here too. Dynamics is basically a baby version of SlimyScylla that's optimized. It's not literally SlimyScylla code. I asked the AI to learn from the SlimyScylla plugin, but use the pressure curve math from another app I built, okay? So it's kind of a hybrid, and you'll see what Dynamics does. And then there's settings here, which is, guess what? Light and dark theme, which it didn't change. Oh, there we go, I just went to dark. So yes, this has a lot of AI purple and blue. I'm gonna fix that. I gotta pick a different interesting color, probably fuchsia or something. How about profile import and export options? I think saved setting, actually, can you clarify what you mean by profile? I thought saved settings, do you mean the saved settings snapshots that I'm showing right now? Okay, while I'm waiting for that answer, let's do the fun stuff, okay? So, going back to dashboard, you can see the PTH 660 is connected. Let's click on settings. Here it is. Here it is, okay? And first of all, there's the output mode. It only gives you really two options. It always is Windows Ink, okay? This thing forces you to use Windows Ink. There is no choice. Now, and the default is absolute, which is what it should be. And you can turn it off if you want to relative, but for some reason, I can't exactly remember, relative means you won't get pressure or tilt. Let's go back to absolute. So that's simple. Okay, and I'm gonna do a little green check mark here so it's more clear that you're in the correct setting. That's the entire idea. The UI is always telling you when you're in the right place, not just leaving it up to your expertise. Like, I want every time there's something that has to be configured, it tells you this is the correct choice or this is the wrong choice. Now you see something called area mapping, okay? And there is the HDMI matrix is an HDMI splitter. It's actually just a monitor, right? It shows you the resolution, and it's only one display. Okay, good question. Someone is asking, will this be available on Linux or is it going to be Windows only? So let me back up a little bit. The code you have is that I have right now is Windows only, but that's because I have to install Windows Ink and vMulti, which are Windows only. I have started an investigation on first what I would need to do to make this work on Mac. Should be simpler because there is no vMulti and no Windows Ink on Mac. So I think it's possible. I am doing that investigation right now. I hadn't thought about it, but I will do that same investigation for Linux, okay? So I will absolutely investigate both of those. I think, and I have no, remember this is all vibe coded. So I'm totally happy building multiple versions. I think it'll just work, honestly. I think it'll just work. Okay, now, what else do you see? You see apply mapping, okay? Now, I am going to just show you, actually, I'm not showing you something which is very important. Notice nowhere here that say force proportions or lock to aspect ratio or any of that. Force proportions is forced upon the user. There is no choice. You will always get force proportions no matter what you do, okay? You cannot go wrong with this, okay? Let's see, Cube says relative mode in Windows Ink plugin does support pressure. Maybe you're switching to the base OTD. Okay, I'll double check on that. Thank you, Cube. I will, Kanina says, I still need to switch my PC over to Linux, one of the summer goals. Tell us if you do, and would you be willing to test this out? Now, one more thing I added here. So force proportions is set. That's why it's not described here. You don't have a choice. It is force proportions. I may add the ability to what Wacom calls, I believe, inset, which is you can shrink down the active area into a smaller region. I'll have to deal with where the area goes. Like, how is it put on the tablet? We'll see. But I just want to show you, I think I've solved one primary problem, which is this entire distorted drawing problem, okay? Number two, and it's not obvious because there's only, give me a second. I'm going to find a small monitor because I need a small monitor to demonstrate this, okay? So I'll be right back. I need two monitors, that's why I'm talking this. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back. Let me get one more monitor here. Okay, I am back. I got a monitor. So I may reach for it here. Okay, there we go. Got a monitor. Because I want you to see this. I'm gonna have to unplug the Wacom for a second. Give me a moment. And this cable is awfully big. I really need such a big cable. Let's see if I have another cable here. Okay, I think maybe this will work. Okay, got another cable. This one's a little smaller, easier to deal with. Okay, so I'm unplugging my Wacom, and I'm going to plug in a new monitor. So let me plug in. The Wacom was unplugged. Now, it is unplugged, but I'm going to refresh the UI here because it doesn't auto refresh here. Right? That's another nice helper, right? Because you want to know that the tablet is actually plugged in. So that's another bug, which is, let me file that bug as well. New issue. Don't you love this? Tablet settings. Should keep checking for tablet to be connected. Yeah. That's another little... And what I'm going to do is just ask the AI to work with me to fix all these issues. I'll do it actually in stream. Okay, let's get back here. So I'm going to plug in the other monitor, and we're going to see what happens here. Okay, it's just a normal, small little portable monitor here. Hi, Nick. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, notice what happened. It automatically updated with the new monitor. Fantastic. Okay. Now, for the purposes of what I'm doing, I want the monitor in front of me below the old monitor. How do I do that? I'd have to go to Windows Display Settings. Guess what? I can do that just by clicking on Display Settings. It opens up Windows Display Settings. I can drag it here and say Apply. Let's see what happens. Ta-da! Look at that. Automatically updates. So the reason I did this is to show you one more thing, which is that this UI live updates, and it tells you, sorry, it has a weird monitor name. It's a cheap, like a $50 display. How do you switch? You click here, and then you apply, and that's it, right? So there is something hidden here. What if you want your tablet to go across both monitors? This is going to be upsetting to some people. I just don't allow that. I think that causes problems, okay? Now, I understand you want to use both monitors. I am going to add a display toggle feature, okay? So I'm going to find a hotkey so that if you have two monitors, you'll just switch between, okay? I think this is me making an executive decision. I truly believe it's a bad thing to map for an artist, your tablet to multiple monitors. I think it's always mapped to exactly one of them. Controversial opinion, but that's what I think. At the very least, it should not be made like a very easy to get to choice. It should require effort. Okay, now what about, you notice there's a calibrate button here. So Cube has a plugin that does calibration, but you have to do some number stuff. I asked Claude to take a look at the source code for his plugin, and then I just explained to Claude AI what happens. I said, in a normal driver, the screen comes up and you're asked to touch corners, and then it does some math. Oh no, here's Cube's plugin, which does the math. I just need you to build the UI. And it's like, okay, dude, I'll just take care of it. Okay. So let's do that. I'm going to, you can't fully see this because I'm going to have to turn on my overhead here. Hopefully we can show this to you. Give me a second. It's not perfect, but it does the thing you expect it to do. That's the key thing. Okay, this thing is there. Okay. So I need a moving for this, obviously. Let's see, Cube says some drivers, what does it say? Force either one monitor or all monitors, but not an arbitrary monitor. It's both a problem and a big feature for OTD that we allow. Yeah, and this really does speak to the challenge OTD has, which is, it is meant for, I think a wide variety of people who have very specialized maybe things they need in a wide variety of circumstances. So you end up in this situation where, lots of things get exposed. I'm betting that artists just don't need it. Okay, I'm plugging in the Movink. Okay, and I don't like how it's set up here, so I'm gonna fix that. I think that's actually, I hope you all agree with me that it's really nice to have this button that goes to the display settings so you don't have to hunt for it. It's like, okay. So yeah, you just switch between. Now let's go switch to this, which is a display. Gone. I think OTD not defaulting to a single monitor is a mistake. I would agree with you, by the way. I do agree with you. Or at least I would say a single monitor is a better default. It's more helpful for people. And I think people should live in the defaults by and large. Okay, so let's do some calibration. Hey. I'm gonna show you both. Oh, I can show you both UIs. Let's see. Sorry, you're looking at some curtains. Don't you like my setup? Look how nice it is, right? You see my teleprompter and the 3 monitors. Now you see, okay. So I don't think we need to zoom in totally perfectly on this, but you should be able to. I do want you to see what is going on here, okay? And of course, this OBSpot is not focused. Classic OBSpot problem. Where is the OBSpot thing here? It's either an auto or manual focus, and sometimes it just goes to manual focus and gets stuck there. Okay, let me connect. Hang on, sorry. I gotta get I want you to see the UI better than you're seeing right now. Wired connection. Come on, connect. I am plugged in, dudes. Why are you saying I'm not? Okay. Let's try it again. Sorry, you're not seeing what I'm saying. I'm trying to connect this thing. Connect device to Wi-Fi. Sure, let's do that way. Okay, well, somehow that worked. That's another weird thing about this camera is that it let's see. Cube says setting the default mapping to be not all monitors creates some problems. On Linux, many DE's desktop environments, is that right? Apply their own mapping to a single monitor, and to double map, it gets all messed up. Interesting. This is why I'm happy we're doing this stream, because we're learning things, right? About how this stuff actually works. Things I wouldn't know at all. Okay, let's get in the focus here. Focus mode should be right now. Okay, that is reasonable. I think it's gonna mess up later, so I'm gonna switch to manual. Actually, let me do one more thing here. Yeah, this is probably a bit better. And rather than moving the camera, I'm just gonna move the image. How's that? Okay, that's good enough, right? Okay, so what am I gonna do here? I'm gonna do calibrate. Let's see, calibration needs an absolute output mode with a known tablet area. Set this tablet to Windows Ink. It is on Windows Ink, dude. And map it to a display. Oh, I didn't apply the mapping. Maybe that's where it is. What? Calibrate. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, it's not plugged in. It's not plugged in. That's the issue. Okay, I think what's going on here is the tablet isn't plugged in, and it's giving me, when I click calibrate, it's not clear about the error message. The error message is not that I've not picked Windows Ink, it's that there is no tablet plugged in. Okay, we'll fix the tablet plugged in problem in a second. Where is it? Okay, here we go. So that's another little bug. Let's see, Cube says, there's bindings with the monitor toggle plugin that you can set up to arbitrarily transform the monitor area on pressing buttons. Profile bindings are valid too, but a bit more limited. Okay, I'll check that. Thank you. Okay, now it's connected. Let's see if it happens. Okay, what do you see? Now, you're seeing the calibration go in the wrong place because I'm on the wrong monitor. But let's try applying it to the Wacom. It's still going to the wrong place. Let's see if I can fix this. Well, you get the idea, right? So you'll take the pen and you'll click there, and you can click in any order, and it will actually, I've tested it, it actually does calibrate, right? So this is built on Cube's tool, but I had the AI add this UI. Okay, so it looks like I do need to do something. Yeah, it's just not, let me file that as a bug. actually. There's actually 2 bugs here. Calibrate. Should show a specific error message when tablet is not detected. Currently shows a message about Windows Ink Absolute Mode. Okay, the next issue is calibrate with multi-monitor, with more than one monitor. Pressing calibrate shows the UI always on one specific monitor. Yeah. Or one display. I should say display. It's not really a monitor. The calibration UI. That's a bug. We'll actually get Claude to address these things too. We can fix them live. Let's see. The OTD plugin calibrate has a UI that cycles between monitors when you middle click with the mouse. Maybe you could implement it like that. Okay. Better calibrator. I will take a look at that. Okay. Let me actually find that as investigate. Investigate. Take a look at OTD plugin. Better calibrator. Sorry, plug in. There we go. What can we learn? What can we learn? Remember, I'm talking to the AI, so I'm giving these good questions for our calibration. And I know that sounds lame, but when I talk to Claude and I discuss what Claude and I do, I actually do refer to it as we. What are we doing, Claude, today? Something like that, right? You know, there's an old joke about mom and dad, and it's like, you know, the child does something and dad is upset, and he says to mom, look what your child did. That's like me and Claude. I'm like, when we have good ideas, it's our UI, it's our design. When there's a problem, what code did you write that messed up, Claude? That's your code. Let's see. Gone says, funny thing is your project kind of solves a pinned issue OTT has. Windows Ink not being that easy to set up has been a pain point for a while. Yeah, I can believe it. I can believe it. Actually, while you and Cube are here, I want to get your feedback on something, which is, let me launch the UI. So let me close this for a second. So as you can tell, I actually download and install Cube's Windows Ink plugin. Whereas for OTD, it's a Git submodule. So I actually bring in the code and compile it. And my question for you is, do you think it'd be better for me to use the same Git submodule technique with Cubes? I'm thinking it'll be preferable because then I lock it in on a specific version and I don't have to deal with things like, oh, you may not have, who knows, GitHub is down. You may not have the download available. And it also gets rid of this check for update logic, right? Like I know the exact version that, according to me, is guaranteed to work with this tool. So tell me what you think about that, right? Then there's no stress. I don't have to talk about another plugin. Now, what I could also do, by the way, is take the approach I did for some other things I'm going to show you. And I don't want to do this, but I'm just laying it out as an option. I could have Claude find that plugin and integrate what it does with this tool. Okay, built-in plugin, and I'll show you what I mean in a second. Okay. Because there are plugins that are installed that that are not shown here as plugins on the dashboard, but they are there. You can see it right here. There's one of them right there. Okay. So let me get back to the tablet settings here. So yeah, you can switch between, and you can calibrate. Though I have to fix a bug in calibration. So I hope you liked that. I'll probably add a few. I'm thinking, should I add refresh rate here? Since that's just, sometimes you want to know which refresh rate is being used. So I will add refresh rate there. Add refresh rate when for displays. I'll say show refresh rate. Show refresh rate for displays. Create. You can do a submodule, but you also have to update it whenever the plugin is updated too, if there's new features. Yes. Correct. But I think I have to do that anyway, because when OTD plug, there is already a process I have to do, because that's how I get OTD embedded. It's actually a submodule. Let's see. Also, potential problem of the plugin linking to its own OTD submodule, which could be a different. Oh, interesting. Okay, I hadn't even thought about it. Thank you, Cube. I didn't even consider that the plugin links to its own submodule. I'll have to look at that. Okay, let's see. What else do we got here? Oh yeah, there's plenty to show you. Okay, so another thing I did was, what about the pen switches? Now, Wacom calls the tip and the button and the eraser switches, so did I. So basically, my approach with the switches was, think of this as a proposal, okay? Instead of dealing with lots of weird stuff, I let the user think about it like this. Either it's automatically configured, or it's some legacy setting, which I'll talk about in a second, or other. Let's switch it to legacy, and you'll see it says when it's on auto, it says using recommended settings. So that's adaptive binding tip. Legacy switched it to Windows Ink pen tip. Now this says not recommended, use auto mode instead. You see how it's telling you, don't do this. Don't do it. Now, this is a little unfair because someone might have gone, let me just show you how this works. Let me find OTD for a second. What if, where's the downloads here? You launch OTD, the actual UI, okay? And you go to your pen settings and you just manually change this to some thing. Let's change a button, okay? I'm not saying this is gonna work. I'm just saying, let's do it and see what happens. Let's change this UI to mouse button, which I think does not work, but whatever. Left, let's say, yeah, first button should be left click, okay? Let's apply it. Let's save and apply, because you have to hit both. And let's go back to my UI, okay? So we're back here. Now, let me refresh, and it didn't quite capture that. It's supposed to, let me bring it back up maybe. Yeah, it's supposed to say other, meaning there's some other weird ass setting involved here, okay? Oh no, it did get it. It's sorry, my mistake. It did catch that actually. Not recommended, use auto mode instead. It says mouse binding left button. So there is a little bit of weakness here because there are valid reasons for someone to pick the other ones, I think. I don't do that though. So how do you fix the problem? Click auto and you're back to good. That's my theory here. Keep making things green. When you see green, you're happy, and that's how the UI tries to tell you. Let's see. If you parse the OTD plugin repo, you can grab the plugin version that works with only up to a certain version number of OTD, so there shouldn't be any worry of incompatibility. It would be only if GitHub is down. Got it. I had to rewind to try to understand your question. If you're integrating OTD in your code, I would use a submodule and then use GitHub bot helper like Dependabot to keep it updated. Okay, let me write that down. That's a good feedback. New issue. Consider using Dependabot to make dependencies on Git submodules Because at the very least, I'm going to add one more submodule, which is my drawing tablet database, which has more information about tablets, I think. That might be helpful. Mouse button should work in the latest version of Windows Ink, though it may be a bit jank. Also, if you press save in OTD, it applies. If you want to apply and save, you only need to press. Okay, got it. Some reason I was like, I don't know, in my mind, Cube, somehow I had it in my head that they just did orthogonal things. So I was just, manically always pressing. To be honest, I was pressing each button multiple times back and forth because I'm like a primitive caveman logic person. I just keep hitting until things get better. Okay, good suggestion. Thank you about the Dependabot. I haven't heard about that. This is why I love doing things on stream, because people give me feedback, right? And I learn. Okay, so this is my approach for pen switches. Express keys, I don't know why there's nothing listed here. I do have a Wacom plugged in, as you can tell. Oh, it's a Move Ink. Sorry. I thought there are two tablets plugged in, but the Move Ink is the one that is being registered with OTD. I really don't know how OTD handles when two tablets are plugged in. So maybe Cube and Gon, you can help explain what's supposed to happen. I'm not sure. I don't have enough experience. But if I don't want to, I will unplug the Move Ink actually, so I don't need it. Let's see what happens actually. Okay, detected. PTH 660 is detected, so we're back here. And then let me go to Express Keys. There we go. So I haven't done much work here. I have not really used the Express Keys, but I'm going to take a look at it. I'm not an Express Key user. That's why I have done nothing here, but you get the idea. And I did use the word Express Keys because that's what Wacom says. Maybe I should call it auxiliary buttons or something. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to show you two other things, and we'll go to dynamics. So filters is exactly what you see. I've implemented a dynamics filter, which you can think of as basically Cube's, I would say a baby version of Cube's Slimy Scylla plugin. Okay, a baby version. And then if you want to see the actual JSON, just for debugging purposes, that's listed here, right? Maybe I shouldn't have that. Okay, dynamics is where the real action is. Okay. If you press save in OTD to apply, there's a switch in the bottom left to change between tablets and OTD. They have separate settings. Okay. But, you got it. You switch in the UI. So pen dynamics, that's what I call everything that dynamically modifies how the pen behaves. And what's the first thing you're going to modify? Pressure curves. And guess what we have here? A nice little pressure curve. And this is, again, it's based off Slimy Scylla's plugin. Like, it's not based off the actual pressure curve in Slimy Scylla. It's based off, I asked the AI to learn how Slimy Scylla implements it, because I don't know how plugins work in OTD really. And I had my own pressure curve from another app, and I asked them to sort of merge the two. And so you can actually change the IF. You can change and decrease the maximum pressure. These nodes are draggable, by the way. And you can actually switch what happens here from the lower left to this lower node by like this, right? Because there are reasons you want either one, by the way. So there's that. And then, of course, you can control the curve, right? So that will, I think, help a lot of people. Separate settings, but they very likely share the output. Oh, interesting. I'll have to think about that. I have to double check on vMulti, but on Linux, the virtual tablet is shared across all connected tablets. Interesting. Yeah, knowing how settings map to multiple tablets is very useful for me. I hadn't even thought about that. Or that might be different across different OSs. So this does work. It does work. How would you prove this worked? Oh, by the way, I have position smoothing and pressure smoothing. Which pressure smoothing is actually on right now, by the way. And I even let you control the order of the operations. Now I think in OTD, the order of plugin execution on the pipeline of pressure data is unknown or unclear to me. So here, because it's one plugin, I get to force it, okay? Let's see, Cube says it's shared with vMulti too, since there's only one vMulti driver across the whole set. Okay, interesting. Okay, how would you test this? Go to an app? No. No, in fact, I've added a test UI. Yeah, you can draw here, right? And I'm gonna draw a little bit, just so that it could actually, why is this not working? For some reason, the tablet is not registering. I gotta figure out why. Oh, maybe I've not mapped it correctly. Let's go back to tablets. Oops, I'll open it. Apply mapping. I am in the right place. Why is it? Oh, there we go. I don't know. Something wasn't working for a second. Let's go back to test. Maybe I messed something up. There we go. So you can do actual basic testing here. And you can try different kinds of brushes, like to test the tilt, which is azimuth and altitude, as well as twist rotation. Or pointer only is good for testing on a pen display, whether you're seeing tilt compensation, right? It's not obvious here since I'm not using a pen display, but you get the idea. You can clear it, and then of course, you can go to dynamics here, and you can change the pressure curve, right? So let's change it to being really soft. What happens to all this drawing? It's not working. I don't know why. Why is it not working? That's weird. Let's try firm. Oh, it's on pointer only. Haha, my own problem. Let's go back to this. So I'm learning about my own UI mistakes here. So of course the lightest pressure produces big strokes, right? Because the pressure curve is set to soft. So that's another thing I think people will really benefit from. You can actually test the settings. Now, I did it as a special test UI. I could, in theory, do it with the tablet set, like inside the pressure curve. I'm not sure why I chose not to do it here, but you get the idea. I think I wanted to drive users to a test area, and then they could, change the dynamics as they see fit. Now, one more thing I think is very important here is to reveal to the user. You're right. You're right. That's probably a good warning. I'm gonna add that actually as a feedback. That's a good feedback. Thank you. Suggestion. Oops, typing on the wrong keyboard. UI should move away from pointer only mode when testing dynamics, or at least warn, because it's not pointer only mode. Another thing I think is important is test UI. If dynamics are enabled and set. What is sometimes happens is you don't realize there's a curve. So you're like, why is my brush behaving weirdly? But you don't realize it because it's not clear dynamics are actually on. You like the test window? Okay, be right back, he says. Gon says. Okay. This UI is still up. Yeah. So as you can see, it really does work. I can change the pressure to something like this. Now I don't have persistence of this pressure, meaning, actually I don't know. Maybe I have it persisted or not, I don't know. But you can see it actually affects the pressure curve, it's much better. And smoothing is there. One thing I have learned about smoothing though, to be quite honest, after using this is, you don't want to jack up the smoothing here. Because I think what I'm realizing is, in reality, you don't want high amounts of smoothing of position in the driver. You want a little bit if you want it. If you want really heavy-duty smoothing, that should be done in an app. Because if you do it in the driver, let me just jack up smoothing all the way, and I'm just going to drag my mouse here. This happens, you see? And that's not what you want. Oh, that's another thing I didn't really emphasize here. That's actually a good thing though. In the pressure curve UI, you actually get to see the live pressure, right? So you know where you're at in the pressure curve. It happens even in linear, of course, but you get the idea, right? You can actually see. What I probably should do is add smoothing, and I think smoothing will not be. Smoothing doesn't show; it's showing the raw pressure. So I'll actually incorporate smoothing into that curve, maybe. Okay, let me hydrate. So what else do I have to show you? Plugins. So all that was implemented with this Dynamics plugin. Okay, again, this is the one based on Slimy Scylla. Settings. I'm going to add a special theme to make this look better. I'm thinking about a fuchsia or orange theme. And then about. So, net, where does this leave us? Where does this leave us? I will start using this now on my machines. I have more to do. By the way, there are releases available now. If you go to About, let me go to, the releases are right here. Right, so version 7. And I just want to emphasize one more time, because I know this is going to cause some controversy. This is all vibe coded. I'm just going to be honest about it. Except for maybe a little tiny bit. I have not looked at the code at all. I'm just going to be quite honest about it. What is the code? Ultimately, I think the code is pretty simple, because most of the code is really Avalonia stuff and view model stuff. It's not deep stuff. All the hard stuff is done in OpenTabletDriver or the Windows Ink plugin. Even the pressure curve stuff is a triviality, right? It's just a bunch of numbers computed. It's the UI of the pressure curve that takes up the code, okay? So I was pretty busy on the weekend. I wouldn't recommend using anything lower than v0.60. Because I added a lot. I mean, I added a lot of stuff to this. And I learned things, because I use Claude and Cursor, have been super helpful for me. Hi, Gon. What I was saying is I was just going through this UI and I said, let me just get back here. I was just saying, I think we've covered all the basic features, and I was saying, I'm going to personally start using this, and the releases are available on GitHub. My request is for everyone to give me feedback on what would make it simpler. Also, you and Cube have been super valuable in pointing out things that I've missed, especially I have an active issue for making this work on macOS, which I'm going to pursue next. And then I'm going to try Linux, but I'm not a Linux I'm a novice at Linux, at least these days. 30 years ago, I knew what I was doing. But I'm very unfamiliar with the issues that come up with Linux. So I will file an issue on that. Actually, let me file the issue right now. But yeah, I want feedback on what I should be doing, issues that you think I need to address. And if you think that, if anything here inspires the Avalonia work that you're doing in OTD, I'd love to hear about it. Another thing for those of you in Cube who are on the OTD team, if you'd like me to try out an idea, right? One of the goals I had with building this tool was to build it as an experimentation platform, right? Because I have the driver level code and I have the UI and OTD, and I can try things that may not, I wouldn't have been able to try otherwise. Or maybe you want to see how this would work. I'd be happy to, with the AI, build a little prototype so it doesn't affect OTD, but you can see what would it be like if it actually worked that way. I have, there's one more feature I want to show you, just to get your feedback on, which is in test mode. You may notice there's a little thing here that says app input. Let's see, it does inspire the Avalonia work, but the Avalonia daemon is 3 to 4 years old by now and works differently enough from 0.6 that I can't do both at the same time. Oh, really? I didn't realize there was a separate daemon for the Avalonia work. That's interesting. Since it does exist as a daemon, I would assume there's a deliberate reason there's a different daemon for it. Could you elaborate? There must be some benefit to that. So I'm curious, should I switch to that daemon? Or incorporate it? I'm curious, because this is an Avalonia app. So if there's a better daemon, I'd like to know. Or should I just avoid that? Oh, so two more things I wanted to show you. App input. So this is a driver, but this test mode is using Windows Inc. However, you can switch it to use the actual OTD information, the raw data from OTD, right? And that might help also. Now, it's getting a bit screwy with the dynamics, but that's what it's supposed to be doing, right? It's a long story, but 0.6 is the primary version. Okay, got it. I added this for debugging reasons, not that it's useful for me right now, but just in case people wanted to see the raw data. So you'll actually notice there's actually, let me turn off these damn dynamics. They're irritating me. Notice the raw X and Y, right? Right. These are in some kind of units relative to this canvas. Let me just take a look here. Yeah. There's raw X and canvas X. So canvas X is this, and raw X is whatever I'm getting. OTD, you can see the raw X is quite different now. It's like in tens of thousands, right? That is really more for, I imagine, debugging. OTD folks might want me to try something and look at the raw numbers. That's why I have it there. Cove says, hi, 7pence. May I inquire if there's a recommended pen pressure in general? Yeah, there is. I'll just show it to you. I think you mean pressure curve. I generally think people should do this. Let me move my mouse there. I generally think you should just do this. Let me turn this on. And let me turn off all this smoothing. Okay. I generally think you want something like this. Okay. Now, having said that, what will typically happen is when you make smoothing like this, it'll actually increase your IEF. That's a test I want to run with the community. It'll actually make, if you go extreme, it'll increase your IEF. I think it might even do it here, but if you do something like that, that's my general. And the reason for that is most pens are actually like this. They're kind of oversensitive at the low end of pressure. So I generally say do this, right? And I've measured 85 pens, so they're all oversensitive. I mean, when I say oversensitive, they're overreactive. They're noisy at low pressure. So this kind of tones down the noise. In your apps, add a little pressure smoothing if you can. And that will actually help. Okay. And let me add another suggestion here, which is to add a way to reset all of the dynamic settings. Create. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's more to show you. Guess what? I got a little, what do you call this? Tray icon, sys tray icon. Oh, let's see. It was planned to switch to Avalonia a long time ago. Many changes were put on the Avalonia branch besides only UI stuff, and then the switch didn't really happen. Okay. Is the Avalonia stuff actively being developed right now or not? I've seen the branch, but I have not even built the branch. I'm not sure what's going on there. At some point during 0.6 development, a huge part of the daemon was rewritten, and the current ETO GUI was rewritten from scratch, but it had issues and was buggy, so we transitioned to Avalonia. By the way, I do offer to help, but I'm not a UI guy, so I will anything that UI I'll be doing would be vibe coding. I'd review it, of course. I would never submit vibe code to a project. But again, if you want me to prototype something, I'd be more than happy to. Claude and I wouldn't be, and Cursor and I would be more than happy to. And yeah, I think I just make that offer in general. If there's something you'd like to see tested, meaning implemented and played around with, absolutely feel free to make use of me as a resource, if that would help. Do we have dark mode? Yes. Yes, it's right here. You can choose system, light, or dark, and it all works. I don't think it's very pretty in dark mode. Like I don't like the look of the buttons here, but I will make it look better. Right. Let's see. We delayed releases long enough that it was decided to fork 0.6 before the changes, and then try to get a stable driver with that. Okay, I understand. So 6.6 is going to be the basis for future work. Okay, got it. I don't know. In my mind, I sort of just thought 6 was just sort of in maintenance mode, and everyone was working on the Avalonia thing. That was what was going on in my head. Hey, thanks for joining. I really, Gon, I really appreciate it. Great to have you here, honestly. Great to have you here. Okay, so yeah, sorry, I have a tray. I have sys tray, right? Oops. And so let me close so one more thing, if you close this app, it doesn't close. It actually just, kind of like Discord, I think. It's still running. The pen still works. It actually essentially just leaves itself in the tray. You can restart the daemon, stop the daemon, quit. I think I'm going to add a dynamic section here so you realize that dynamics are involved. So let me write that down as a suggestion. OTD is at an all-time low in terms of dev time nowadays. That's right. I do remember one of the reasons why. It's hard to get whole UI rewrite done currently. Hard to say when Avalonia actually happened. The branch needs a lot of work. Got it. For those, by the way, for those of you who don't know, I just want to make sure this is clear what I just said. I said in response to what Cube posted, I said, oh yes, there's a reason why there's less work on OTD right now in terms of devs. And I did mention this back in, I think, September. A beloved member of the OTD community, James, unexpectedly passed away. And I'm getting sad just thinking about it. But that's what I was referring to. So it was deeply tragic. And he was a very active contributor to OTD. So that's what I was referring to. There isn't any kind of other drama. It's just someone unexpectedly passed away. So it's hard to bring that up. It's a little bit of a sad memory. And again, his name was James. Let's see. I wanted to file a new issue here, which was in the sys tray. Reveal. It's very important to reveal when dynamics are happening, because if you set dynamics in the driver, they mess. They can mess you up. They change how things behave. So I like to tell people, reveal that dynamics are affecting pen behavior. Now there's two parts here. I don't mean just that dynamics are on, because you can have dynamics on, but it doesn't do anything. I want to know when it's actually affecting pen pressure and the smoothing, right, position, right? So I misspelled tray. That's a nice little suggestion. Yeah, so what I want here is the sys tray to actually show the dynamics, actually maybe even show the pressure curve. Actually, let me add that to the issue here. Edit. Consider actually visualizing. Oh, how about this? How about visualizing and editing the pressure curve from the sys tray? Showing or even editing the pressure curve and dynamics. The sys tray. What other features should go into the sys tray? I've got another idea. Systray features. Systray features. Feature additions. I think switch display. That should be one. Yeah, that's very popular. Go to tablet settings. Yeah, open tablet settings, of course. Let me take a quick look. What other? Huh. I was about to relaunch the app, but I forgot. It's actually up. What else could I do here? Yeah, I think that's it. Pen hover or idle feature. What does that mean? Pen hover or idle feature? If you can explain what that is a little bit more, I'm not totally clear on what you mean by pen hover or idle feature. I'm happy to add. Oh, by the way, feel free to go to the GitHub and add issues as well. Okay, so here now we can get to. So I think I've done a demo. I hope I'm gonna actually record this as a real video and publish it. But I first want to make a few improvements to the UI, etc., etc. I think there's just a little bit of cleanup I want to do. Okay, but that will be coming soon. A video specifically on this. So now that I've shown you this, and again, I hope I'm going to start using this as. So I have multiple drawing machines. I have my Windows machine over there where I do a lot of testing on right now. I'm going to switch to this as my primary driver on that machine. There's another machine which is my primary coding thing. I think I will switch to this driver, not quite yet, because I need to test the actual new drivers from Wacom, etc. Oh, control pen hover distance? I'm happy to do that. Hey Saul, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. You know what? Yeah, that's a good feature. Even I have occasionally said, wow, the hover is too high. I like that. Yeah, fantastic suggestion. New issue. Let's see. Add ability. Sorry, let me make it more clear. Tablet settings. Add ability to control hover height. Now, I believe there's an OTD plugin for hover heights. Is there not? Let's take a look. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a quick bio break and I'll be right back. 1 second. Back soon. Okay, I am back. Oh, I see Saul has a comment. Did you see Brad's video on the budget tablets? I started watching just a minute of it, but I'm glad he made it. And you know what? I think I'll watch it live on stream and we'll share it with you and do a little discussion. How's that? Okay. Okay, let me just go back here, reset dynamic settings. What did I want? I wanted to add something, didn't I? Oh, hover height, hover height. There's a plugin for OTD for hover height, I believe. Let's go find it. Let's find it. OTD hover height plugin. Is that correct? Hover distance limiter. Hover. Oh, it's by Cube. So much of OTD stuff is by Cube. Let's go find it. Hover distance limiter. Look at. Oops, pressing the wrong buttons here. OTD plugin. OTD plugin. Implemented by Cube. Create. And yeah. Yeah, it's important. And you know what, Saul, what's really important here is also that since I have never used those entry-level tablets, lots of people are interested in them, and I should at least be familiar with them, right? Those are all small tablets, and I think they have their place. Maybe I should get some of those just to make sure I have them in my collection, so I'm familiar with the pens. I can talk more intelligibly about what. That's what I'll do. I'll get some of those small tablets you mentioned because I think it is important. I look at those as well. Okay, so we have a bunch of issues. So what I'm going to do is just show you what is it like when I actually do this stuff. Okay, so give me a second. And I'm going to set up Claude here and cursor. Claude and cursor. Claude, where is Claude? Okay. Let me do a little bit of cleanup here. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to make sure nothing crazy is happening. Okay, I think I am good. Okay, because I want you to see what is it like actually coding this stuff. What is it I actually do? And we'll just show you. It's a live demonstration of what is happening here and how I deal with AI and these things. Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, it's not like those are very expensive, so I might as well spend $100-something and get a few of these and try it out. At the very least, I'd like to be able to say, I've tried it. This is not what you should be getting. At least I can offer that service to people. Okay, so I'm a heavy Claude user, and I'm going to do exactly what I do, and I'll just show you the beginning, okay? But in order to show you that, you need to understand the project structure, okay? So we're going to begin by just showing you the files. People imagine that getting AI to write your code is just like, hey, just go wild. And some people, I guess, do that. Maybe I do that. But overall, I think I'm very structured. I actually treat the AI like an organization. I don't treat it like different people, but I actually have a very structured way to deal with it. You're gonna see that actually. So, give me a second. You're seeing a really exciting look at the folder for it's called OTD Windows Helper. And the key thing here is not all these files, it's this one folder called Docs, okay? So when I started this project, the first thing I do with any project that is vibe coded or anything else, even if it's not vibe coded, I describe what it is I want. Okay? So I will generally have an overview document. And let's go ahead and just open this up in, I guess, Notepad. It's a markdown file, right? And I literally just talked this out, literally with a microphone. And Claude and I just kind of talked about things. I said, I want to build a thing like the OTD UI, and I have an idea how it's going to work with the daemon. And I said, let's just start going through some of these things. So it talks to me. We wrote this doc, okay? And in this doc, I'm very clear about, I'm trying to give a premium visual experience, right? And some of this is out of date. I wanted to use glass morphism and stuff, right? And originally, this is actually a little bit outdated because originally I wanted to build it as a web UI, but then we rebuilt it in Avalonia. Let's see. And you can capture my design philosophy, which is like about the look and feel, really, and my primary audience. So this is what I wrote first. And from this, I said, take a look at the OTD code. Take a look at my plans. I want you to write an architecture doc, a diagnostics doc, futures, overview. Sorry, overview is what you just wrote, a user manual. And then document all our investigations here. Bitter Bun, can't stay for the live stream, but here's thank you for the like. I appreciate that, Bitter Bun. Can you look at external, I guess that's journal, ++ input stabilization setting, uses some kind of math similar to smoothing. I will take a look at it. Yes, absolutely, I'll take a look at it. So these are the investigations. I have an investigation that we're working on with Mac OS feasibility, right? So we have to deal with it because I want to do a Mac OS version, because guess what? Lots of artists are on Macs. And if you subtract all the Windows specific stuff, I think we can build a Mac version for this pretty easily. Okay. Before recommendation for pen tablets between 11 to 14 inches for heavy daily work, long term. Look, the answer for that is it's like half an inch under your size, but Wacom and 2OS Pro medium, honestly. But that's the top of the line. Also, what would work is a XP Pen Deco L or LW. I am waiting for Huion to have better pens, but an Insporoid 2 large would work as well. But the most reliable for long-term use, absolutely, in 2OS Pro medium. So I'm going to show you how the coding actually goes. Whenever I'm going to start a new session here, right? I'll show you this, okay? So read all the docs in the docs folder to familiarize and I'm writing too much, right? Yourself with this project. That's what I do. I literally do that. Actually, I can just talk to it, I think. I'll just do that next time. Right? So I just want it to like understand. And it has this thing called a memory. So it actually has some knowledge in some markdown file, which it also is using as memory. So I'm just trying to bring it all together. This is how I start a session. I always say, just read the docs. Okay? It's the first thing I always do. That way, sort of the state of thinking is loaded into the AI, right? And it is captured. I can just tell from this, right? Bitter Bun says, Saul says, at my local library, wanted to introduce kids to Adobe. I said Affinity. Affinity is a better choice. Don't push them into Adobe. Absolutely, I would agree with that. And yet, you got to be able to afford the tools. And right now, I would not push people to Adobe when Affinity exists. Let's hope Affinity is going to upset the business. Deco 01V2, which is okay, becoming old and because of my work. But my general advice for upgrading is don't. If your tablet and pen are working, keep it, right? Keep it as long as you can. Like only upgrade if really there's something you need. because every upgrade is also a risk. Okay? So, there's an open PR, so I'm going to just merge it. Okay, now I've hooked it up to GitHub, so it can actually merge. So watch this, I'll say. Actually, I'm gonna talk to it. I think I can do it. Hang on. Yes. Let's see if this works. Check for any open PRs. Okay, it's not working. Give me a second. We're gonna try this. This might actually work very well. But just give me a second. I need to get a microphone. Back soon. Okay, I am back. Bitter Bun. Yo, sorry, let's start with Cube. For sure, don't go to Sense Labs. Almost all the reviews are sponsored. They don't even test the tablet properly. Lots of issues in their pen tablets. I would say my experience is the pens have been actually decent, to be honest. The IEF has been around 3 gram force, slightly less actually. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think if you're used to the sensitivity of a Pro pen, you'll definitely notice the IF is a little higher. That being said, my IF data, Wacom's isn't that much lower, according to my testing. I know Cube has found that they're much better, the Pro pens. My only reason to upgrade is the IF. Yeah, the Deco V2 pen, which is the P05, see I know all these model numbers. The P05 pen is definitely a, not super high, but higher. You know what, let's not beat around the bush. Let's just show you what my data here. Okay, let's not. I have new data for all my pens. P05. I've got 4 units. What's my data say? This is what I found. I found the IEF to be around here. Let's take a look at the actual numbers, right? So I measured these multiple times on different days, and I found them dancing around 6 to 9. Let's take a look at Pro Pen 3. Okay? It's a Pro Pen 2, sorry. KP504E. And let's take a look at it. Woo, look at this. Look how tight it is. Tight. And let's take a look at the actual numbers. I have 22 times I've measured. Now, look, I get it down sometimes into the 2.5 somethings, but I'm not getting super low here, right? So, but this is pretty good. This, you should, I mean, if you baseline the numbers on what I find, you can see differences, right? So here's a great example. Let's flag this pen, okay? And let's compare this to the X3 Pro series, okay? So I'm just going to flag it. I have 6 units. Let's flag this and let's compare the pens, okay? Let's compare the IAF. So as a unit, they're in here, like all of them together are here. But if you take a look at Pro Pen 2, they're right here. And look at X3 Pro. So sometimes they get low, sometimes they're higher. So this is what I mean to say that my data says the following story. Wacom's advantage still exists. And remember, they have more advantages than just IAF. But statistically, we are seeing some units get really close. And statistically, there's still a lot of variance with non-Wacom pens, but they're getting there. So Wacom's in danger, okay? Oh, pressure scan rate, yep. Makes me go insane. It should not have any issues. Cube, what would help my audience is if you can elaborate what pressure scan rate is and what impact it has. Because a lot of people would not know how to translate that into, oh, how does that matter if you're an artist? If you could maybe just elaborate on that, I think that would help. Yeah, RAM should not affect drawing tablet prices. There are things that might be affecting drawing tablet prices. There's a general, components issue. I don't think the Strait of Hormuz and oil prices are affecting it yet, though I guess oil is used in the production of plastic, so that might be an issue. I put the Sense Labs as worse than XP Pen Deco. If I had to pick one, the Wacom Intuos Pro is better. I would agree with the Intuos Pro. I'd have to do more careful testing of because I don't do really pressure scan rate testing. Anyway, I just wanted to show you and let's take a look at the P05 pen, which is what was with the Deco 01, V2, and 3. Aren't you glad I implemented this? Again, vibe coded, folks. I don't want to make it out like... Okay, so take a look at this. This is Pro Pen 2. This is X3 Pro. And this is that P05. So, if you switch statistically, you should be better, according to my data, you'd be better off getting at least an XP Pen X3 Pro, but certainly a Pro Pen 2. Okay, does that make sense? So for those of you who said your XP, was it the tablet or the pen? Because most often what breaks in any brand, Wacom, etc., is the pen, not the tablet. So if you could just, let's see, pressure scan rate in this case means how soon after pressing the pen on the tablet, it sees you're pressing down. On Sense Labs, I can't make fast strokes because it doesn't register the pen fast. Interesting. So for you, it shows up on fast strokes. Cube, do you do any art on your tablet? I can't recall. Because if you do, I'd love to see it. Okay, what are we going to show? Oh, it's back to AI. Okay. So I always start by reading and ask the AI to just catch itself up. And then I'm going to... Oh, do I have a microphone now? Let's just double check. Hang on. Do I have a microphone? Microphone, more volume settings, Elgato, mic in. Okay, it does register on audio. Okay, so it's actually happening. Check for any open PRs on GitHub. The tablet died. The screen doesn't turn on. Okay, got it. No matter what cable or what computer, it just doesn't. Yeah, this is one reason I'm always I always tell people pen tablets are the safe choice because screen devices are just more complex, right? Okay. So just merge it, and pull, merge it. I was just going to type to it. I'm just going to talk to it. I'm not going to type every time. So I read the docs. I'm just going to make sure this PR is merged. Okay. Now here's what we did. We filed a bunch of issues. Okay. I'm going to have it read through all the issues and just let's come up with some idea what we want to do. Typically, that means what are simple things we want to take care of now and what things need some time to think about. Okay? Today, I entered quite a few new issues, which account for bug fixes and feature suggestions. Please review all the issues that were filed today, and let's discuss which ones of them we can knock out quickly and which ones of them will take some time to design and think through. Some may just be things we investigate but take no other action on. Very typical that, some things like they're just too complicated and we're like, we need time to bake them. Or sometimes these things are just like investigate. And once investigation, like that's the work, is to investigate, not to implement. I do draw sometimes, but rarely and usually just aimless stuff I'm not very good at. Okay. For some reason, I thought you were just holding back a whole bunch of art from us. Let's see. Bitter Buns at X3 Pro are not consistent. 3 years, okay. Let's see, Kenina did have a comment. Yeah, but RAM has nothing to do with drawing tablets unless they are either standalone like iPad or Android. Yes, that's correct. Actually, that's another thing. We get a lot of questions like, can my computer handle a pen display, a screen tablet? And I'm like, yeah, it has nothing to do, like, adding one more screen if you only have one monitor or even two is not going to be a big deal. It's really the app and how much RAM it has available to it on the OS. So this is another thing. We just entered a bunch of titles, really, or I did. So notice what it's doing. It's actually, I'm not going to say the word thinking, but this is a very smart thing about Claude. It's like, it's going to take the title and try to interpret it based on what it knows about the app. Okay? So just going through the issues. There's 14 issues I filed today. And so you're seeing me actually vibe code. So it's looking through the calibration feature right now because I said for some reason it didn't find the right display. I really got to try this on, another thing I do is I point it at old code I have and I try to say, hey, look, things have evolved. Like the build system in Visual Studio has changed. Let's just upgrade all the stuff, not the code, but all the stuff around the code to build it. It's been great at that. It's been good at modernizing code bases. Like I have a bunch of projects that were like from .NET, some old version of .NET that use an old version of C#. I'm like, let's just get to the newest version, please, because it fixes security issues or there are other convenience features. So I might actually just ask it to look through OTD and just to share its thoughts, right? Again, I'm not fully qualified to understand what it would come up with since I don't code on OTD, but maybe having the AI do that can help you learn about the code base. That's another good use of it. Okay, what did it say? We get another thing. Don't just trust the AI. Read the issues. There are many times it'll say, "I'm going to do this," and I go, "Wait a second. That doesn't make sense. Your logic is not correct, or because you don't know this, right? Like you should choose this approach." So you can't just do what it says. You should read what it says. And I always say, agree on a plan before you do something. Don't, for triviality things, I just let it do what it needs to do. Pen failed first because cats, then tablet became unresponsive. Already having issues because there were no driver updates for over 2 years. Oh, wow. Yeah, by the time I'm done, Kanina, I think OpenTabletDriver will be... I'm hoping more people will use it, actually. And I'm hoping more people using it will drive the drawing tablet manufacturers to improve their UI, honestly. You know what I'd really love, honestly? Let me just bring my face up here. I'd love if... I'm just playing out some ideas here. Wouldn't it be great if there was one driver that worked for all tablets? Yeah, you still have to install it. But wouldn't it be great if all drawing tablet manufacturers just use the same driver? They might have different UIs, but they use the same fundamental driver, and that as an industry, we all agreed to use it, kind of like how WinTab is used. That's asking a lot. No one wants to give away competitive advantages or whatever, but I think there could be something there. At least if they improve their UI, it'd be step one. Step two would be like, can they as a coalition agree? Who knows? Maybe they will actually want to work with the OpenTabletDriver team. Maybe they'll want to send someone like contribute code, right? Wouldn't that be interesting? Bitter button. I use OpenTabletDriver. I am in Linux currently. I am going to add an item for Linux support for this UI I did as well, because that's another thing that just holds me back from using OTD. Is like I just need to use it. I want to be able to do the same driver everywhere. Cube says I'm more experienced in image editing than drawing. Sent a drawing I finished to the Discord live stream chat. Oh yeah, I'll take a look and we'll show people. I actually think it's great that. And by the way, this goes for anyone else. If you have art you want to share, I am 100% happy with showing it on stream. Okay, 100%. And if this is, after all, this is really an artist community at its fundamental. Oh, look at this! I love this. This is cute. Look at this. I love this. Is this just an original character, or does it refer to something? I love it. And it's got that classic cube purple. Usually I'm drawing something for relaxation, not a producer math. Well, I love this. I love this. Maybe I'll add it as a icon, or sorry, emote in the Discord. Okay, back to code. Let's take a look at what it says. So one issue, show refresh rate. Plumbing is already there. Is there a Discord? There is a Discord. There is a Discord. Give me a second, and I'll send you the link. Or if someone else can send them the link, that'd be great. It takes me time to fish out the link here. I will do it right now, though. But I'm not the fastest at this. Oops. I typed in Discord into the wrong. Discord. One time I was talking to Claude, but put in my sentence into the Discord. And people were like, what are you doing? Let's see. Copy that. And yeah, I'm going to put, here's the Discord's link. Oops, I typed in, oops, sorry. I'm going to tell Claude to stop. Let me just tell Claude that was a mistake. That was a copy-paste mistake. Sorry. I really wish Claude could talk to my Discord as well. Oh, and it's in the channel description. Thank you, Kenny. I actually forgot that as well, but I pasted it in. Okay, so we'll take a look at the issues. Let's just take a look. So refresh rate, it says pretty trivial. Quick wins. I'm always looking for quick wins. Calibrate shows wrong error when tablet not detected. Yep, okay. Reset all dynamic settings. Yep, that's a simple one. Warn switch wave. Okay, show whether dynamics are enabled. For 1.8, okay, so I think there is a clarification on 181. Actually, I'm going to write it out. I'm going to write it out. For issue number 184, there's a couple of things I want to make sure are highlighted. Number one, whether dynamics are enabled or disabled. But also, if dynamics is enabled, identify whether there is a pressure curve that is affecting the pressure of the pen, meaning it's not that linear shape, it's actually bent up or down somehow. And also if there's any smoothing for pressure, and if there's any smoothing for position. It's important to know if those are on because they will affect how the pen actually behaves, and it may not be clear if we don't tell the user. So one thing you notice there is I just talked to Claude as if it was kind of a person. And now I'm going to tell it one more thing. Other than that, everything looks good. Go ahead and implement all the quick wins. So it's going to go put them all in one pull request. There we go. So we're just going to let it do its thing. And while it's let's see. Cube says that character is Taco from the VTuber Nino May Inanis. She depicts her viewers as this. Okay. Taco. Well, it's very cute looking. That's the one thing I like about working. How can I say this? My new job here. I get to be exposed to a lot of cute things. Cute art. Art in general. I love that. Okay, so it's going to work on those. In the meanwhile, I'm going to take a look at these other issues. Moderate. 177. Tablet settings to keep track. To keep checking for tablet connection. Okay, I think 177 knows how to do. Calibrate real bug. Okay, so it needs my help with 179, so I'll do that kind of toward the end. Systray. OpenTablet is easy. Switch display overlaps. Okay, I still think it's going to be easy to do. 188, control hover height. Okay, so it's asking a question. Do we need to bundle it? I would prefer we just bake it in, then bundle. Dependabot for submodule. Okay, I think that's going to be a later thing. So let's wait for the first thing to implement. So it's just doing its business. Now, one thing you noticed here is that some things I will have to validate because it cannot see the same way I can. And for some reason, it can't click on my screen the way I'd expect it to. So I'm going to have to click and try things out. Another thing that happens here, which you're about to see in a minute, is I'm going to have Cursor and Claude fight each other. I really like using adversarial AI coding techniques. Hey, Hanem, I would absolutely become a VTuber. Absolutely. I have no problem doing it. I have actually looked into it to just see what it'd be like to have like a VTuber. I don't know what you call it, that artificial entity that serves as your proxy, your avatar, I guess. But it just seems so complicated. And I don't want something fancy or complicated. I just want a simple thing. A very simple thing. But I just don't want static pictures either. I've seen that seems to work, but it's not good enough, I think. What I really want is a companion, a stream companion like Nero-sama or Evil, her evil counterpart. Because they're fun and they could chat and deal with things and maybe cause some drama in chat. So let's see. Just gotta let it do its thing here. And we'll take a look. So I mentioned Cursor. Nick, that's where they're doing a live stream. And there is a camera on them. We don't see them. There's a digital, like an anime thing usually, which is mimicking their behaviors. So if they blink, thing blinks. If they move their head, the character moves its head. So I'm not entirely sure why people do it. I think some people just don't want to be on camera. I totally get that. Either because of privacy reasons or, even for me, I always talk about, you have to make sure there's nothing on your face. You have to be somewhat shaven and clean and wear the right clothes or something. So some people may not want to do that. Frankly, I think it's cool. I don't really watch a lot of YouTubers. Though some channels are like that. But yeah, I've really wanted more of a, I guess I would want to use it because sometimes I want to talk live, but I don't necessarily, I'm not dressed for it, or I am just looking rough, right? Meaning my beard is scraggly. Or, I may just be really tired and just looking like this. So when you're on camera, you have to be lively and engaging. And sometimes you just don't, your face is tired. How can I say that? Um, but I think privacy is probably the biggest issue. Not everyone just wants people to see their face. Again, I want Neurosama because she is cool. I'll show Neurosama actually later in the stream. Actually, while I'm waiting, what am I talking about? It's so boring watching Claude code. Let's find a Neurosama. So I want everyone to see this wonderful creature. Okay, let me create a new monitor here for a second. Because I want it to be a surprise. I don't want you to see me typing. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to YouTube. Neurosama is just so funny. They just called her Neuro. But she's got an evil twin, which I think is called Evil Sama or just Evil. Let's see. And by the way, I think it's the most popular. I mean, technically, she's not a VTuber because she's not a real human being. She is just AI. Let me just find best of Neurosama because she sets wild stuff. And there's a guy. She is created by a guy named Vito. Okay, I don't think she's gonna say anything inappropriate. You gotta see this though, Nick. I mean, some of these VTubers are pretty impressive. Okay, hang on. Let me turn off my music here. And we're going to, how can I show you? Oh, I'm gonna have to, how can I show this to you? I gotta figure this one out here. Okay, I'm gonna play it here. Okay, I think you will get the audio, but I'm gonna do it slightly. Okay, it's not quite working, but let me turn off the audio. So I'll just show it to you. There we go. So Neurosama is this. So again, there's no person behind this character, right? It is literally just AI doing stuff. This is her evil twin. Okay, and you're not hearing her voice because I can't get the audio working correctly. But she can interact with chat. Okay. Now I think this person here is actually a VTuber. This third person. There's a real human behind this. The turtle is representing Vadel, who may or may not be in the stream actually. But this is Neurosama, and I want sort of a version of this. I'm not saying literally Neurosama. I just like someone to be active in chat, taking care of things. So that's what I mean by Neurosama. Yeah, Hanem. Yeah, right. Some of the YouTubers have immensely complex setups, right? Like it's a very expensive, huge production. Some people are just very primitive, but yeah, people really. I don't know if another thing. So Hanem points out, Neuro is unique because entirely driven by an AI model, which I think is one of the best models I've ever seen. Not just the looks, like just the interaction patterns. Let's see, privacy matters sometimes. Rest of the time is hiding behind age. Got it. Got it. Okay, let's just see what Claude said here. It's just still writing code here. So we're gonna just let it do its business. Oh, let's get that music back on. What I'll do is I'll just let this code up and we'll switch. Once it's done, we'll just take a quick look at it just to show you how it all worked. And I have more code I'll do later off stream. But we'll take a look at Brad's video. And I don't know if any other videos came up for drawing tablets, but we'll try it out. Now notice it's doing some testing. It always builds, but like it also has some unit tests. CodeMiko, I have seen CodeMiko. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, I didn't know she coded her own model and software. I did not know that. Let's at least show the audience CodeMiko. I think, as far as I can tell, she's got the most elaborate setup. Let's see. Let me bring it up here. I have not really kept up with her, to be completely honest, but I've definitely seen her. And her avatar looks like her. She's not. It's not like completely anime. It's Unreal Engine. Let's show you. Let's show people. Okay, so this is her, and this is her avatar. So they look close enough, right? They're not. It's not like she's really obscuring her. And I think this is. Yeah. So you can see she's like got this full setup here, right? But let's code. And she's wearing this getup, which I think these are things that can detect her position. So it's the full body. Some face mapping. Oh, I've never seen this video, but that's kind of wild. Look how closely it matches her face. And then, I mean, she's obviously really deep into tech here. Oh, that was actually interesting. I've never seen this behind the scenes stuff. So this is like the high end, I guess. I don't know if anyone who does more elaborate than this. Oh, I didn't even know she could do two people at once. Yeah, this is probably like a great example, actually. The other thing that's interesting about Code Miko is like she doesn't hide behind the avatar. Like she discusses her reality as well, right? She will address the audience without the motion capture stuff going on. Pretty remarkable. Pretty remarkable, actually. And I had no idea she built it all. I didn't know if she was using her own thing or something built like off the shelf, so to speak. But it is amazing. It is truly amazing. Let me take a quick look at a comment here. Oh, Brad actually. I left a comment on Brad's video. I'll just show it to you. Just so everyone knows what I'm talking about. Because that's what we're going to do next. We're going to show Brad's video. But I left a comment because Brad actually, one of the tablets had a sticker that says OSU on it, and he said OSU twice. And I just replied saying, oh, it's pronounced Osu or Os. But that's the way I began. I thought it was OSU as well. So, happens to us all. We'll take a look at that comment in a minute. Let's close this and get back to Claude. Hey, Saul, you just signed up for the Discord? Fantastic, fantastic. I think you'll enjoy it. If you like talking about digital tech for tablets and stuff, it's a good place to be. It's a pretty nice community as well. Pretty chill. Thanks, Bitterbun, for joining us. Really appreciate it. You left a sketch in the Discord. Okay, we'll take a look at it. Haynim says, Code Miko is similar to Vadal Neuro because she engineered most of her stuff. Okay. Yeah, it's amazing. Oh, she started her own startup for developing 3D VTubing tools. Well, since as far as I can tell, she's the best at it, then that's great. Okay, let's take a look at what it added. Okay. Where is the binary? It's up here under .NET 10. So what did we want to see added? So it's connecting to the tablet. Okay, fantastic. Oh, I've got multiple tablets. By the way, sometimes it connects twice. I got to investigate why that happens. Maybe there's two different tablets. That's what's going on. I'm going to just wait for this to connect. Okay, I've got the moving, which is part of the problem. I'll just switch back to my normal monitor. Give me a second. Now it detects the PTH 660. So that's another thing. I'm going to put that in my notes here. Is like, let me file a new issue. Investigate how to deal with multiple connected tablets. Connecting, connect the, yeah, I'll add that later. Let's see. Some VTubers are disabled or have illness, and oh, that's right. There's one in particular I'm thinking of who's very ill, and she's a VTuber because of that reason. And VTubing destroyed the notion that you need to be attractive to do live streaming. Got it. Got it. Well, it makes sense. I want to do VTubing as an experiment and to avoid shaving. That is my very vain reason for doing it. Okay. Let's go back here and let's just test it out. I think the latest version is there. Okay, so it is running PTH 660. Great. And I'm gonna have to look at what we actually added. So let me move. Oops. Let me move this upside down. I connected this monitor the wrong way. And we will get to Brad's video right after this. Let's see. Oh, I've got multiple of these up. Oh, that's another issue. In your case, some streamers actually use it when they don't want to be on camera. Yeah, that's what I would do. Sometimes late at night, I just don't want to, have to set up the background and lighting. It's just like, I just want to talk, right? It's more like a radio show. And just want something to be shown on screen, because, otherwise it'll be boring. As if my streams aren't already boring. Okay, screen mapping now shows each monitor's refresh rate. Let's confirm that. Let's confirm that. Settings. Yep, there we go. 59 hertz. Why is it that Windows does this, or monitors do this, where you get 59 hertz and not exactly 60? Unclear. Okay, good. Very good. You'd be surprised at the level of fidelity and animation possible. Some high-end models can even pick up cheek movements. Really? Oh man, I gotta look more into this. Okay, so this worked. That was the first thing we fixed. Calibrate shows tablet. Okay, so now, okay, I'm gonna believe that works. It's kind of difficult to test on stream. The reset all button in dynamics. Let's try that. Dynamics should have a reset. Oh, there we go, reset all. So if I mess things up here, I'm like, reset them all. There we go. Works perfectly. Test page spells out exactly what's happening with the pen. Okay, so dynamics is on. And then what if I turn the dynamics to something? Okay, let's go. Let's create some low-level values here and close it. Look at that. Now it says, what's affecting your pen? Pen curve, pressure smoothing, position smoothing. Fantastic. Fantastic. That way you know, hey, something is affecting your pen. Fantastic. And then what was the final feature? Test warns and pointer only mode, the dynamics are on. Okay, yeah, I remember this. Okay. Actually, I just realized there's another bug we'll get to in a second. If I go to pointer only mode, doesn't draw, so you won't see the dynamics above. Pick up pressure. Okay, there we go. Nice warning. I like it. It could be, the warning is there. It could be prettier. We'll take care of it. Okay, so a couple of things I'm noticing here, which are interesting. Number one, I don't know if you saw this, that there's actually two instances of the helper in the sys tray, right? Now the first question is, if I run this app twice, okay, so we need a single instance of the app. I just posted some art writer, Harlan Ellison. You're gonna laugh, Saul. You're gonna laugh at this. I was watching videos about Harlan Ellison last night. Honestly, I was. And that's because I suddenly, if you know Harlan Ellison, then you'll know why I do this. I was just thinking about Jerry Pournelle, who died, I think, in 2017. And that got me thinking about Harlan Ellison, right? So yeah, I was actually thinking about him just the other day. Last night, literally last night. Okay, so I want a single instance of the app. I don't want multiple versions of it. Okay, so that's another thing. I'm going to just add a file issue. New issue. Single instance app. And I want to write this. Can I write it with my... Okay. I launched the binary twice and saw two windows and two systray things. Instead, I would like to single instance this app. I think that's what I want. Yeah, I think I do want that. The application. So we're going to file that as a request. Okay, and then what? So I just want to make sure I attach to the final thing. Okay, all implemented. Okay, so here's what I tell Claude now. Tilt good suggestion. Test view. Add we do have the tilt angle there. We do. It's right here. It's under tilt X, tilt Y, and azimuth and altitude, right? And we do have modes to test it, which is azimuth to rotation, altitude to size, and this is for twist means barrel rotation. So tell me if you want something more than this, because I think we have what we need, but you may have something in addition to that. So I'll wait for you to tell me. So now I'm going to tell Claude this. I tested it all. Everything works. There are some UI tweaks and sort of polish I'd like to take care of later, but everything works. So commit it and merge the PR. Oh, my mistake. It's listening to me. Okay. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to tell it something else. I tested all the changes and everything worked. Now let's get this PR reviewed by Cursor. So what's going to happen here is I launch Cursor. And I have Cursor look through the code. And what I've discovered is it'll catch things that Claude doesn't catch. Yes, wait, watch for review. So this is interesting. Yes, watch for Cursor. So Claude is going to be just waiting, like looking and waiting for Cursor to like do something. Let's see, Cube says, apparently there's a holdover from NTSC, which is some old analog TV standard. Yes. When Cube says some old analog TV standard, I just want to let you know, that was, that's the world I grew up in. I'll tell you one more story. When I first came to the United States, the first television I watched was actually a black and white television. In that era, you would still, this is in the early 70s, people still had older black and white sets. That's how old I am. And yes, we did have electricity back then in the 70s, for those of you who are wondering. Anyway, Cube said, so you get 59.5%, NTSC was 20. Oh, interesting. I did not know that NTSC had this old refresh rate. No one talked about refresh rates back in the day, by the way. That's just like, that's a thing that only appeared with the computer age. Like no one in when I was young ever understood, it was not a concept, right? Add. I guess I'm confused about the tilt angle comment because I feel like it is actually, it's on the page. It's on the page. It literally says azimuth and altitude, which is the angle. The two angles, actually. Okay. So we're waiting for Cursor. Sorry, we gotta get Cursor going here. Okay. Okay, and you can be, with Cursor, you can also just be ambiguous and say, there's a new open PR, test it. Oh, sorry, I should say review it. You see, you don't need to type anymore. This interface looks like writing an email to me. I half expect you to start with, Dear Claude, per our last communication. I don't quite say that, but I do thank it sometimes. And I do say, like, well, the last time we talked, this is what was happening. Do you remember that? I do actually talk to it as if it's a person, honestly. And it's not because I believe it's a person. It's just hard to deal with it. First of all, I'm never rude to it. Like, I don't cuss it out. I don't get irritated with it. I will express skeptical thoughts to it. Like, I don't understand why you did this. I don't believe you made the right judgment call. But I do just it's just easiest to deal with it as if it's, you know, a person, or like Data the character from Star Trek Next Generation. Okay, so Cursor is now doing a review, right? And I love doing this because when you get two of these fights, I don't want to say fighting, when they're in an adversarial sense, looking at each other, and they'll reveal things you would have missed with one AI. So it's looking through the code now, just to make sure the logic is correct. I'm just reading what it says, by the way. And this is the key thing. It has these nits. And sometimes it'll say things like, hey, you need to do better here. Better data than lore. Better data than lore. You know, I never did understand how crazy lore. I mean, I was not a huge fan of the lore character. It was interesting. I like that Brett Spiner could play both characters. I was a huge data fan. Auto close, refresh. Yeah, this is great because you wouldn't catch these issues. Okay, so then we go back to Claude, who's looking. So we're just gonna wait for it to pick it up here. Oh, I see. Cursor commented. Actually, I don't know if it commented. Let's go back here and verify. Put your comments in the PR. I don't think it actually did that. I don't know if it's me, but I do think Cursor is a bit faster than Claude. That's one thing I think I can get Cursor to do this. Is just, you know, write it in the. Don't just tell me. Put it in the PR. But I think it's waiting for me to review its comments so that it makes sense. I don't understand why I can't approve my PR since I'm in control of the repo, but whatever. And it's acting as me, by the way. So I know those of you who are artists are like, this is the most boring thing ever. But once we get this checked in, okay, this should now do it. Oh, sorry. It's not understanding what's going on here. Commented, I think, as me. As me. The 7 pens. I think. That's another little confusion. Claude is an actual user on GitHub. I'm not sure if Cursor is acting in the same way as Claude. Cursor's acting as me. So there's a little bit of a confusion. Claude actually remembered this in my previous session, but since I started a new session, it hasn't quite figured this out. So I gave it a little hint there to take a look. Actually, it seems to be just taking time, so let's see. It'll pick up this new comment I have. There we go. I just wanted you to see the reality of what it's like building this stuff, right? And then right after this, we'll go to Brad's video. And anything else we want to talk about. But yeah, I'm very excited. I mean, I think I finally can just use OpenTabletDriver as I want to. Yes. 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 And actually, why am I typing? Yes. Yes, do that. And then merge. This is the reality. There's one other thing I didn't quite get explicit on. I'm just going to ask it in a second. Are there any other issues that we need to file? I'd say based on the cursor feedback, is there any other issue? Do we have any other issues to file? If so, then file them. And then I'll tell it to publish a new release. Actually, I'll wait for that. It can actually automatically compile it and put it up on GitHub as a release. But I'm not going to do that right now, just to save us some time. Okay, I think we're done here. So this is how it all happens. This is what I do. I spent a lot of time on the weekend doing. Okay? I need, yes. I'll do this part later. Let's just get to Brad's video. Let's get back to tablets for a second. I'll go turn off the sound effects for a second. And now I got to figure out how I'm going to play the audio because I have a slightly different setup here. So you got to give me a minute to figure this one out. I'm just going to play this video, Miko's thing, and see if I can use this to figure out the audio issue. I want the audio sent to the... Okay. Let me then add... That's not sending it where I want to send it. Let's try. Okay, it's not doing what I wanted to do. So we're going to try another option here. Okay, we're going to try another option. Let me just move this out of the way. And I'm going to have to use eCam, I think. Accent blank. How do I want to do this? I think I know. I think I know now, but it's going to take a little bit of time for me to set it up. So give me a minute. Give me just a little bit of a minute. And I will take care of this. Okay? I'm going to create a new scene. I know, it's so boring, huh? Oh, where's my scenes window? Let me turn that music back on too. Or, hang on. Sorry, I know it's like the most boring thing ever. New scenes. Where is that window though? Oh, I see, I see. And then I'm gonna duplicate this. And then I'm gonna go here. We're looking at the same thing. And then I'm going to just put it on my face for a second. And then I'm going to unlock this. How do I make this smaller? Why is it? There we go. Okay, you should be able to see what I'm doing right now, which is good. And I'm going to add a new option here, which is a screen capture. Okay. Okay, I actually did the right thing. Okay, so this will allow me to show you the video as I want to. My apologies for all the confusion here. I'll shrink myself there and make this bigger. Okay, and this will let us watch. And this is necessary because you won't hear the audio if I don't do this. Okay. Let's now turn off my music. And then let's go to YouTube and find Brad's video. I'm going to move my keyboard out of the way so I don't get confused. Okay, now we're back into Mac world. Okay, Saul is asking, have I ever played with SGI and its graphics programs? In a technical sense, yes, but not really. When I was, many years ago, this is like 1996, when I was at university, SGI rolled up with a, oops, hang on, I'm gonna do one more change here. SGI rolled up to campus with like a flatbed, like a truck, right? Like a 18 wheel, whatever they're called. I don't know how many wheels these trucks have. Truck comes from I think the Latin or Greek word for wheel, by the way, which is like truckus, so wheel. They rolled up with this big trailer, and they didn't take equipment out. Inside the trailer was all a bunch of SGI workstations. So I got to go, and it was open for everybody. We got to go inside the trailer and try out the workstations. And there was a flight simulator sort of app there and some other stuff. I don't recall in my memory a painting app. There might have been, but it was magical. I mean, look, people don't realize SGI was the hot stuff back then. I mean, I wanted to work for them because I was totally into graphics and art, right? It was quite an experience, and it's so fun. And they had such cool looking equipment too. Those SGI Indigo workstations were like purple and just really stylish and super expensive, super expensive. And it's funny, like in just a few years, SGI just went away. I don't even know what happened to them. You just no one even cared. No one even knows they exist today, right? You can find videos of people using SGI workstations still, like just starting them up, but like, I mean, the hardware is decades out of date. But I'd love the style of the cases, to be honest. Okay, let's take a look at Brad's video here. Let me mute my sound effects again. And we're gonna go to Brad Colbo. Brad Colbo.
Earlier this year, I made a video and
Okay, hang on. We're almost there. Let's go to this now. Okay, you should be able to see Brad's face. And let's just make sure the audio works for him.
showed this nice little...
It does. Okay. It's all good now. It's all good. So let's just show Brad's video. Okay. Ready, set, and Go.
Earlier this year, I made a video and I showed this nice little XP pen tablet and said, this is the cheapest drawing tablet that I personally recommend. And then I explained why. And a lot of people in the comments mentioned, hey, don't your tools not matter that much? And I thought, hey, that's my line. But I took up that challenge because that was a slightly larger drawing tablet. What if I found the cheapest drawing tablets that I could find on Amazon, tested them out, came back to you and let you know, are they good enough? Could I make some artwork, some good artwork with something less? Or are these tablets just too cheap? Let's find out.
This is Brad. He likes to review the tech. He also likes to draw. And this here is his theme song.
I need a
The
theme
cringy
song.
theme songs will continue until every last one of you has hit subscribe. So what tablets do I
Hang
have?
on. I just got to address the controversy. I love that theme song. I think it's just one of the funniest and best things he does. That and the glove dance. So, Brad, please don't lose the theme song. And yes, keep showing us the theme song. I love it.
Here. I have four. The cheapest is the Huion 420X. Why does everybody like?
My autism is triggering here.
I have
He misspelled the tablet name. It's Inspiroi. There's an I in here. But it happens to me. I've done many such mistakes, but it just caught my eye immediately. Okay, back to what matters. By the way, I love the background.
four. The cheapest is the Huion 420X. Why does everybody laugh when I say that name? It was only $20. I have the XP Pen Star G640. It was $30. I have the Huion Inspiroi H640P.
Okay, he got it correct there.
This was $30 when I got it. Lastly, I did want to add at least one Wacom tablet to this list, even though it was a little bit more expensive. This was $40, and this is
First of all, that's only $40? I thought it was way more expensive. That cannot be right. Hang on. We'll check.
the
Can't be right.
smallest Wacom Intuos tablet. I'm going to link these all down below in the description. Sometimes they go on sale. It is definitely worth checking those out and making sure you're getting a good price before you actually buy. Now, these are all little drawing tablets. There aren't a lot of bells and whistles here, but what you get in the box is pretty similar from tablet to tablet. Usually it's just the tablet. They all come with their own pen that you could draw with on the tablet. And then, of course, there's some like extra nibs. There's a USB cable so you could connect this to your computer. You might need an adapter if you don't have the right kind of USB connection. Now, how do these work? You plug them into your computer using the included cable, and then you're drawing on the live area, and wherever you draw with that pen,
Let's see. You've got some comments here. Lamau 420X still exists. Let's see. The price has gone down a ton. It used to be 80 to... Yeah, that's what I was remembering. $80 to $100. So when he says 40, I'm like, what is going on here? I mean, that's... Look, the CTL 4100 and 6100 are great tablets. I mean, I know OSU players don't think so, maybe because of the smoothing on hover. But for normal people, that's a fantastic tablet. That's good that we're talking about this today. Inspiroi H1161 costs around 90. Yeah, this is surprising. Okay, sorry, back to the video.
line is appearing in your drawing app, your computer program, on the screen of your computer in front of you. So this is going to work on a Windows computer. It's going to work on a Mac computer. It doesn't matter if it's a laptop or a desktop. Some of these might work on Android or a Chromebook. It's worth checking out the details.
Hey, let me just clarify one thing as well. Because you talked about tablets work on Android and Chromebook. I want to be clear that my recommendation is, unfortunately, I've tested a lot of tablets out on Android and to some degree also on Chromebooks. Probably the most specific way I can explain this is, we'll just talk about Android. Only a specific combination of tablet, tablet, connection method, Android device, and app works well. If a tablet says it works with Android, that does not mean it works well with that specific combination of tablet, connection method, Android device, and app. Okay? So if you're going to get a tablet to work with Android, don't unless you can find somebody that has that exact tablet with the exact Android device, and importantly, Android OS version, and the exact app, and is connecting them the way you want to connect them. At every step of this, something can mess this up. Okay? Sometimes they work only through Bluetooth. Sometimes they require a wired connection. Sometimes they work in one app, but not another. In all sorts of ways that will irritate the hell out of you. Sometimes the mapping is wrong, so it's always distorted strokes. In general, the only tablets I have found that work well, typically for Android devices and apps, are Wacom tablets. Okay? So again, you got to go through the details. If you just look at the box and it says works well with Android, do not assume that is true. Do not assume that is true. Okay? I have at least one tablet where it says it works well with Android. I have never been able to get it to work with Android. Okay? Ever. That's the Deco 01V3. Who knows why? I mean, is it my fault? Maybe. I don't think so. So I just want to be clear. Buying a tablet for Android is its own universe of issues. In fact, I don't recommend it. I typically don't even recommend it. Does it work sometimes? Yes. Statistically, you'll have a better time with Wacom tablets, specific ones. So I just want to share that with you. A Chromebook, it's like Google is doing everything in its power to make sure that is also. So not only are there problems with Android, there are problems with Chromebook. It's even, I think, a bit worse than Android. So the Google ecosystem with drawing tablets is a disaster. Okay, by the way, pen tablets and pen displays but both have problems. It's not, they both can share problems, and pen displays can have its own set of problems. It is a mess. It is a mess. Sorry, I just want to rant there because so many people want to get a drawing tablet that works with their Android device, and I get it. No, don't assume it's going to work. In fact, assume it's not going to work. Find someone who's gotten to work with that specific tablet, with a specific connection method, with a specific Android device, and with a specific app. Okay, sorry, I just had to go on that rant because it is such a problem. And so many people end up wasting money, which I hate.
Before you kind of dive into that. And the reason you would go with something like this instead of just using your mouse to draw is two things. One is accuracy. A pen is just more accurate. It's a natural drawing tool. And the second thing is pressure sensitivity. So when you're drawing, more paint is going to come out as you apply more pressure with your pen. So I'm drawing a lot of ink lines, and as I apply more pressure, those ink lines get thicker. Sometimes if you're using an airbrush or something like that, as you apply more pressure, that's going to have more paint come out of your airbrush. You're going to get a darker color. I'm using two programs that you're going to be seeing throughout this video. One is Photoshop and the other one is Krita. Photoshop costs an arm and a leg. Krita is free. So if you're brand new to digital drawing, I would definitely check out Krita first. When you are...
One more thing I want to add here. I think if you're going to be for the audience, I know you all in chat know the story here, but you're going to Affinity is the new player here because it's free and it's owned by Canva, and they've committed to keeping it free. So besides Krita, and Krita is a lot to deal with, let me assure you, you might want to check out if your needs are more photo editing, then Affinity Photo or Affinity might be better. I don't think Affinity is there for drawing, but if it's photo editing stuff or if you're designing in vectors, then consider Affinity. It is free for all of that.
Are learning to draw with one of these tablets, there is a learning curve. It takes some time. Now, some of these tablets, you'll see on the box, it says, this works with OSU. Actually, all these...
OSU. So for the record, it's OSU or OS. And I left a comment on Brad's video. He actually responded to it. We'll take a look.
These tablets would work with the game OSU. It's a game that's designed to be used specifically with a pen tablet kind of like this. And when you're getting used to drawing on a tablet like...
Okay, so I'm interrupting this video all the time. I just wanted to add a little bit of clarification there. And this is my understanding. And I think Cube and some others have explained this to me. lots of people use a drawing tablet with OSU, but it's not exclusively something. It's not something that is only used with a drawing tablet. I hear that some people actually use a mouse. So, but it turns out a lot of people use drawing tablets. So it's not just with drawing tablets. OSU, right?
Like this. That isn't a bad way to learn some skills. Oh, before we jump in,
And what did he
quick
say
shout
about
out to
that?
today.
Actually, what did he say? He said something else about.
Are learning to draw with one of these tablets, there is a learning curve. It takes some time. Now, some of these tablets, you'll see on the box, it says, this works with OSU. Actually, all these tablets would work with the game OSU. It's a game that's designed to be used specifically with a pen tablet kind of like this. And when you're getting used to drawing on a tablet like this, that isn't a bad way to learn some skills. Oh, before we...
Okay, that's actually an interesting take. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, I guess in theory, if you tried to play OSU with a tablet, it might improve your motor skills for drawing. Hadn't really thought about that. I could see why it might improve. I think there are other things you can do to improve, but yeah, it's totally a valid approach.
Jump in. Quick shout out to today's sponsor, me. My Learn to Draw in 60 Days course is designed for beginners. Every day, a new lesson and some homework so you can learn to draw and the fundamentals.
Brad, I apologize. I'm going to skip through the ad, but bradartschool.com for those of you who are interested. But I'm going to move a little bit ahead, if you don't mind.
420X. Don't giggle. Now, the first thing you'll notice as I pull this
on.
is the Huion 420X. Don't giggle. Now, the first thing you'll notice as I pull this out of the box, this thing is super, super small. It's super tiny. It's not a terrible pen, though. This pen actually works.
Okay, Hanem says, I used to use OSU to help me get used to a pen tab. Okay. So we have some evidence that it's actually useful for that task. That's good to know. I will add that to my list of things. Yeah, that's a good one. To my documentation.
Pretty well in terms of controlling pressure and not getting too wobbly of lines and that sort of thing. I think it does really well. I think the thing that holds this back the most is really the small drawing area that we have here. This is 4.17 inches by 2.6 inches. It's almost half the...
So he's talking about sizes. Let's just talk about sizes. And you know me, I have things to say about sizes of drawing tablets. So hang on. Let's go here. And let's show you one more thing. Oops, there we go. Okay, let's take a look at some sizes here. We want to go to what is it? Analysis for tablets. Hanem says, I just realized Brad was referencing the 420 Blaze It meme, which is such a dated meme. I didn't even catch that. Let's talk about sizes for pen tablets, okay? So we want, what is size? Density, display tech, sizes, pen tablet diagonal. So based on, this isn't just my tablet, this is all the tablets I have data for. This is active area diagonal. This is kind of difficult to deal with centimeters. Sorry for the Euro crowd, but I'm going to switch to the real units, which is called imperial. And imperial, so just, he said it's 4 inches diagonal. That's here. Okay? So it's in the tiny category of tablets. Even a small tablet is around like 7 inches. And a medium's like 10.5, 11, right? There's kind of 2 spikes at medium. So this is a tiny tablet. I would never recommend a tablet this small for drawing. Maybe as a mouse replacement, it works. Even then, I think it would be weird. I think it would feel weird. I've used a small area before, artificially. So I would not recommend a tablet this small, just to be clear. Small tablet, so a tiny tablet. A small tablet, like 7 inches. I think if you're doing photo editing, it might work, or a mouse replacement, but not drawing. Not ever drawing. Okay? I really had to dig into my memories for that reference. Most people won't get it now. Yeah, I'm glad to see I'm part of the most people on this. Okay, back to Brad.
size of some of the other tablets we're going to be looking at today, and that makes a huge difference when you're drawing. As I was drawing with this, one thing that I noticed a lot is that my lines were just really hard to control because I'm drawing in such a small space and I'm spreading that over the
Yeah, he talks about it.
the entirety of my laptop screen. That means every single move that my fingers make, no matter how subtle, was registered by the pen. And I thought because of the small area, the pen was almost too sensitive and my lines got really shaky. It picked up a...
Okay, I need to take a quick pause. I just need to get some water. I am just dying of thirst. I'll be right back in just 1 minute. And then we'll continue the looking through Brad's video. Okay, we are back. So yeah, this is the size, and the Cube has a good comment here. I really wonder who the Huion 420 tablets were originally made for. Only OSU players are really using tablet areas that small. Yeah, I don't know, because like I don't think, look, tablets that small hurt my wrist. Like it just, because I have to just move my wrist in a very tiny area. That size is only really good for a phone screen. Yeah, I guess it might work better there, but then it's just really about the size of the phone, right? Okay, let's get back to Brad's video here. Copy, yeah, here we go.
A lot of the handshake that you might naturally have when you're drawing. And that is why I like some of the larger drawing tablets, and why I recommended the largest drawing tablet is because the larger your drawing area, the less of your hand shape.
One more thing. Oops, I got the wrong video. Hang on. One more thing. He's doing something here that comes up a lot. He's put the tablet on top of the laptop. I don't recommend this. What I often find is that there's electromagnetic interference from a laptop that interferes with the tablets. Yes, tablets are supposed to have a sheet of metal underneath, below the digitizer, that's supposed to prevent stuff from interfering. It happens. It can be magnets. It can be just electromagnetic interference. That's just, I guess, I don't know. It's the metal sheet's not strong enough to compensate for it. So I do see this occasionally happen with people. They report on Reddit. So I just want to point out I'd recommend them not putting their tablet on top of their laptop. That's another thing I should put in my documentation. I'm writing a document on pen tablet ergonomics, like where should you put it, how big you should get it, what angle you should put it at, how your desk should be arranged, tilting tablets, etc. We'll do one for pen displays, but it just reminded me that this is something that does come up with users, and I will add documentation and I'll include this in the video. Laptop power supplies or charging laptop. Great. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Charging it can absolutely introduce a lot of EMI. I'll add that to my documents as well, and include it as one of the reasons to deal with the placement of tablets. It's funny. I like talking about these kind of like really minutia of tablets, as you all know.
Is going to be picked up when you're drawing. The settings here are pretty limited. There's no shortcut keys or anything like that. I have used this tablet before, so I was not surprised at all by these results. I knew that this was going to happen. I just thought, hey, I'm going to throw this into the mix just to kind of give you guys an idea of what happens if you go way, way too small. So this one I'm going to say is a not recommend.
I like that he did this experiment. I think that's a really cool thing Brad did. In fact, to be fair, I think I'm going to get every tablet he's reviewing here if I don't already have it, because I think it is useful for me to have the experience with these lower end tablets instead of just saying, I don't recommend them. I think it comes off strong if I say, oh, I have it, and here's what I noticed about using them, and I really do not recommend them.
Even
If
though
that's the case.
It is so dirt cheap. The next one I want to take a look at, though, is the XP Pen Star G60. This was definitely a jump up, and the reason why it's so much better is because that drawing area is just a little bit bigger. It is 6 inches by 4 inches, and that.
Okay, let's just so everyone understands what this looks like again. This, sorry. This is 4 inches is right about here, right? 6 inches is now like in this zone. So it is definitely probably in the small category, but it's not, it is on the low end of, it is very small for a small tablet. Okay. And let's get back there.
That doesn't sound like a whole lot bigger, but boy, does it make a difference. Now, immediately when I was drawing with this, I could see that my lines just had so much more control. It wasn't picking up every little like nuance of my hand, and it just felt more like drawing to me. I also thought the pressure control on this was pretty good. So overall, I thought it was an okay drawing experience. I didn't think it was great. It wasn't my favorite of this group, but it was definitely a pretty good thing. It was actually just such a big step up from the last one that I was relieved to be drawing with it. Also, if you are a heavy drawer, this one comes with like a bajillion nibs inside the box. You might be wondering, if you're new to these sort of things, what is a nib? Well, that's a little plastic piece that goes at the front of the pen, and it's made of plastic, so when you're drawing with it, it will wear out over time. And oftentimes for me, it takes months and months and months to wear out a nib. If you're a heavy drawer, it may take weeks to wear out a nib. And then it's just really easy to just like pull that nib out, put a new one one in and you got a fresh drawing experience. A lot of these drawing tablets only come with like 4 or 5 extra nibs, and over time, like after a few years, you might want to buy some new ones. This one, I don't think you'll ever need that because there's so many included here in the box. It's also a nice small square shape. It is tiny, skinny. It gets thicker along the top. That's probably so the USB port and stuff like that can go in there. But it also makes it super mobile. So if you wanted to take it with you, slide it in your laptop bag, just remember to bring the USB cord with you and you should be good to go. There was only one problem I found with this XP pen, is that for whatever reason, pressure sensitivity wasn't working in Photoshop. That's why I'm drawing in Krita for this example and drawing in Photoshop for the other examples. I tried to troubleshoot it a little bit. I didn't quite figure out why it was doing that or whatever, but pressure sensitivity seemed to be working in every other program, so I don't know what's happening. So this one, I'm coming closer to recommending, and if I hadn't used the next one, I might actually have recommended the XP Pen, but my absolute favorite here is this next one. This is the Huion Inspiroi H640P. Now, pulling it out of the box, you can immediately see that we have some shortcut keys along the left-hand side. Now, when you get into drawing tablets, shortcut keys can be really handy. You install the software to get this up and running, and then inside that software, you can go in there and say, I want each key to do something different. So I might set one key to undo. I might set another key to turn on my brush and another one my eraser. So if I want to toggle between those two things, I could do that. There aren't a lot of keys here. There's only 6, but that seems to be enough, right? I set another one to the spacebar so I can kind of tab around my drawing. I thought that was really handy. Now the drawing area here is also 6x4, just like the XP Pen we looked at before. This little drawing tablet also comes with this little pen holder thing. So if you want to set that on your desk, you can rest your pen in it. You can open up the bottom of the pen holder. There's a handful of extra nibs in here. I was not earlier this year, I made a video and I
actually
showed
hit the wrong keys.
Even though it is so dirt cheap. The next one I want to take a good thing. It was actually just such
Make sure I get the right place.
That's probably so the USB pen holder. There's a handful of extra nibs in here, not nearly as many as the XP Pen we looked at before. This little drawing tablet also comes with this little pen holder thing. So if you want to set that on your desk, you can rest your pen in it. You can open up the bottom of the pen holder. There's a handful of extra nibs in here, not nearly as many as the XP Pen, but enough. And I just really enjoyed drawing with this. This one felt really natural and organic to me, and I was surprised that it was only 6x4. It felt a little bit bigger to me for some.
Okay, comment from Cube. The Huion H640P is one of the all-time worst tablets for OSU. By the way, it has some of the heaviest smoothing we've ever seen, besides some powerful. Interesting. So this is one of the best. Okay, I'll make a note of that as well.
Reason. And I think what I was starting to learn here is that as I got used to these sizes, I could see myself using this more and more. Now, in my original video, when I talked about the one I recommended, which is significantly larger, I still like that larger drawing size, and I still recommend it. But I can see where if you're really on a super tight budget, you can learn on something like this. And this would probably be the one out of these 4 that I would recommend. Nice shortcut keys, nice pen. In fact, this is the same exact pen as we saw on the Huion 420.
I'll definitely give this tablet a try for drawing. I understood that it does not work well for OSU.
20X. Why is everybody laughing? The pens are literally interchangeable, but you have so much more control using the same exact pen, just in a slightly larger area. So yeah, this one is my recommend, but we still have to get to the Wacom. So that is what we have here, the Wacom Intuos Small. This is the smallest tablet that Wacom currently makes. The active surface area is 6 inches by 3.7 inches, so it is a touch smaller than some of the other 2, but just a tiny bit smaller. And overall, I found drawing on that surface area to be pretty good. There's also 4 shortcut keys along the top. Those work just like the Huion. After you set up the software here, you can go into the settings and you can set those up to do whatever you want. And what really set this device apart from the other devices was how scratchy the surface was. This was super scratchy, and I kind of liked that. I like the super scratchiness. When something is rougher, that texture is rougher, there's 2 things that are going to happen. One, if you press really hard, your nibs are probably going to wear out faster with a scratchier surface, but also with that scratchier surface, it forces you to kind of slow down your strokes a little bit, and it does give you a little bit more control. Now, overall, I still felt like the Huion was good enough, and I liked that one a little bit better. I'm not sure why. Technically, I should have liked the scratchiness here better. But for whatever reason, the Huion just kind of worked a little better for me. But this comes with a Wacom powered pen, which is a pretty good pen. Now, I often, in many of my videos, praise the Wacom Pro Pen 3 as one of my favorite drawing tools. This is not the Pro Pen 3. This is definitely a scaled down pen, but it's still...
I'm gonna compare that pen to the Pro Pen 2 in just a minute.
Works really well. You have your pressure sensitivity, you have your accuracy. It's just overall a really good pen. And if this...
And we're going to take a look at the prices on Amazon for this model and the larger medium size.
This is going to be your starter tablet. It's not a bad way to go. One of the main reasons that people choose Wacom over some of the other brands, especially when you get into the more expensive tablets, is they just trust the reliability. Wacom is the brand name most people know, and oftentimes it's just easier to get Wacom to have a warranty with it and actually like carry through on that warranty than it might be with some other company.
And Hanem says, Intuo Small at $40 beats everything on that list. It does. It really does. It is like, it is a top level tablet. I mean, compared to everything else there, and a top level pen, honestly.
Companies that aren't necessarily based here in the US. I mean, technically Wacom's a Japanese company, but they do have US offices. So in conclusion, I think that Huion 640, H640 is the way to go. In fact, that was my favorite of the batch, although the Wacom...
Let's see, Cube says, maybe worth noting, Huion has larger variants of the 420X, the 580X, and the 610X. Okay. I don't think I've even heard of the 580X. Interesting. They do appear to be discounted heavily on Amazon right now. Yeah. We'll take a look at it in just a second. I'm very curious what the numbers are.
Held its own, and the XP Pen wasn't too bad either. What it really comes down to is how much time and energy and practice you want to put into drawing and getting used to that. And I think the larger your drawing area, the easier it's going to be. Now, they make some of these tablets really big, really large. That also like grows the price. I think once you get to a certain size, at least for me, you don't get the benefits by going bigger. But when you're dealing with really small, you can feel really constricted when you go smaller. If you're working on a laptop like a 15, 16-inch laptop or smaller, something like this is probably going to work better. When you go to a computer, if you have a 20, 24-inch monitor or something like that, one of these might not work quite as well because you're taking that small surface area and spreading it over an even larger screen. I think what's important is just how much time you're willing to dedicate to getting used to this. And if you're just beginning, it's not a bad way to go. But what do you think? Let me know down below in the comments. Thank you for watching, and I'll talk to you.
Okay, we're going to look at his comments. I have one there too. But let's address some of the comments here. Let's see. Hanem said they're discounted heavily. Let's take a look. I think I just pulled up an Amazon list somewhere, and let's take a look at it. Okay, here we go. Here's what I'm seeing. This is, of course, I'm getting the United States price. $40. So, right? That's what he was saying. So that confirms that. Sometimes seeing like a $60. Is that the same one? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Then here's the medium, so $83. I think the medium is actually, that's decent. That's decent. Only one left in stock. What's the what else are we seeing here? I'm seeing some protectors for it, which are interesting. How do you get a privacy screen protector for a pen tablet? That doesn't make any sense. Let's take a look at a Wacom site itself, Wacom store. Let me get my music back in. There we go. Take a look what they say. Where is the store? Let's hope they're still selling these tablets, by the way. Wacom Intuos. This is what we want. Why did it jump me to Pro? I don't know. Oh, okay. So even on the Wacom store. Oh, I see what's going on here. Yeah. So this is $40, $80 with Bluetooth. Okay, the prices aren't quite as good as I expected here, but okay, yeah. So what about the Intuos Medium non-Bluetooth? That was like $80 something. So that was a decent price. Honestly, I think though that would be, of the list, I get those. The Intuos at these reduced prices would be a better. I didn't expect such a huge difference in wired and wireless. I think that's a lot to deal with. Do I really believe that it's an extra $40 to add Bluetooth? No. Look, I'm okay that they charge a bit more, but like $40, that's doubling the smallest price from 40 to 80. It's a little bit weird. Okay, let's take a look at some of the comments. Like I said, I actually did comment on the OSU thing. Let's see what Brad said. Good to know. Also didn't realize OpenTabletDriver came from gaming, but now you say it makes sense. That's the crown who would obsess over the details, exactly. What are other people saying? I love these tablets from Wacom to Vike, importing Galaxy Book 5. That's a good tablet actually, Galaxy Book 5. He's got an obsession, huh? The Inktition? I gotta talk to this guy or gal, and tell them to join our Discord, because if they like tablets, we know where the right place is for tablet talk. This person uses the 420X. Okay. It's a Cube says they originally sold the CTL 6100 WL for $200. Wow, that is pro level stuff for pricing. Wow. Okay. Some people are getting the 420. Okay. Hey, if it works for you, that's good. That's what matters. Somebody's still here with the PTK 640. A Vike user. I have a Vike tablet. I've never used it, really. Lots of XP Pen and Huion, of course. Parblo in Tangbo. Never even used it. I have a Parblo tablet, I think. And what does he say about this one? He covered it. Actually. The Deco 01V3. Would any of these be good for Premiere? I don't think they help with Premiere. I mean, it's not like you can't use them, but like, I don't think they're gonna help. Another Memodraw from our Discord. I was today years old when I found it around Osu. Oh, what laptop was it? MacBook. I should put my comment about Affinity. I'll do that later. Holy shit, this is funny. Have no idea if this is the reason why people are laughing when you mention Huion tablets, but it could be because what is the Russian and Eastern Europe in general male word for genitalia? That being said, I have a Huion and I love it. I don't know. I don't know any Russian. I don't know enough Polish to comment on this either. But I'll have to look this up to see what this word is. I couldn't imagine. I've never heard this comment before. That's why I'm so stunned. Let's see, Cube says Vike is living in old times. They're decent, but nowhere near as good with pressure as the latest Huion XP Pen. Okay, so it's. Do you know what digitizer they're using? Is it just their own thing, or are they using like an old Huion or a Hanbon UG digitizer? The cringiest theme made me stay. Hey, yeah, it's good. Okay, so I think that's it. I think we've covered everything we need to cover. We did a lot of vibe coding. We did. Sorry, get my music back on there. We did a lot of. Watched Brad's video. We talked a little bit about the Intuos, and Yeah, I think we're good. I am going to end the stream in a little bit, but just some parting thoughts. I'm going to work a lot this week on that OpenTabletDriver. I don't know what the right name is, so if anyone like Cube in chat wants to pick a different name, pick it. Tell me what to use. I'm trying not to imply that what I wrote or vibe coded is officially part of OpenTabletDriver, so I'm a bit sensitive of using OTD in the name itself. Though I think it's important to have some link so that people know it's related, and to give credit, because I'm also not trying to hide the fact that OpenTabletDriver is actually used. It is called right now OTD Windows Helper, which is, I think I'll rename it to like OTD Artist Helper, and it'll be a Windows thing. I'm investigating a Mac version. I'm on a Mac right now, so probably this week at least I will start. I will actually try a Mac port and see how far I get, or at least what the issues are. Okay. Linux is going to have to wait. I will start the investigation this week and see what I discover. I'm not a Linux expert. Let's see. Haynem says, I actually used Affinity to do some graphic design because I was too lazy. Yeah, it had a few issues when I tried, but I'll try it again. I think people should get used to it because it is free. Let's see. Cube says, I think Vike uses UC Logic, which is owned by Huion. That's right, they acquired UC Logic in 2019, I believe. But at least they aren't a drop-in with zero changes like some brands just trying to money grab. Yeah, it seems like they do try to add a little bit of value. Okay, back to the thing. Yeah, I'm looking for suggestions for convenience features, especially from artists. I obviously cut out a lot of features that I don't think are needed. There's something I'm going to have to add back in, like rotating, not arbitrary rotation, but like 180 rotation. Like, that's a simple one to deal with. That comes up because people sometimes want the buttons on the other side, so that's how that works. More pink tablets? I'm all for it. I want more color in the pens and tablets. Kenina says, I mostly use Affinity for vector work. It meets my needs very well, though I've had issues with funky exports. Yeah, I've had a little bit of that. I've seen a little bit of that. But I've seen vector export in general is funky all over the industry, as far as I can tell. What else was I going to say? Yeah, think about, and again, you can come from several perspectives. One is, you're used to using a Wacom driver or Huion driver, and you want it to do better, okay? Let's fix those issues. Let's see. Cube says it's worth having rotation steps in 90 degrees. Okay, yeah, you're right. Some people have, even though I find it super unusual, you're right. Some people do want portrait mode, so I will do that. I could actually do something else there when you're doing a pen display, which is you also have to change something in Windows to get the pen to. I wonder if I could automate that process so that Windows does the right thing as well. Because you have to rotate it in two places. Let's see. Kenina says, yeah, Huion does sound very close to that particular Russian word. I know this because it's the first word every Russian speaker has ever. Oh, okay, interesting. So the word I'm not going to ask what the word is, but I will look it up later. And I'll look up the Polish equivalent as well. Actually, I shouldn't look it up in Polish because I don't want to be tempted to ever say it. When I learn foreign languages, I never learn the bad words. It keeps me safe. So what I was saying was, there's features that are missing that feel free to suggest to add from existing tablet drivers have those features. There's improvements to how things work, which we can add. There's also things we can add that have never been done before. Okay, let me just lay out a couple of options for you, and let's discuss if they're worthy doing. So, actually, there's a mix here. The first thing is the tablet buttons and mapping them to do things like key presses and things. Okay, I'd like to do that. I don't know because I've never really done it in OTD itself, if it works and how well it works. But I'll at least add back some of that. So people do want to use the buttons on their tablets. I think OTD does not support dials yet, but that's coming or has recently come. I'd have to double check. So I'll put an issue for that just to be explicit. I could have sworn I tested something that Cube had me test about tiles. Well, I may be confusing it with something else. But getting back to my main point, we can invent new features that have never been there as well, okay? And we can invent UI for things we've never had to deal with, okay? Let me give you just a couple, let's brainstorm some examples. Okay, number one, to be able to record the data the driver gets so that you can use it for debugging. Say, oh, Huyan, here's what I recorded, and maybe this is useful debugging. Oh, wheels are supported as of 6.7. Okay, I will, that's good to know. I will definitely add support for wheels then. Another thing that came to mind for me is, I'm not trying to make a paint app in the test window, but if there are other modes of drawing that would be helpful, right? A third idea, I have said to people, there are ways for you to figure out what your driver pressure curve should be. And I could implement it in the driver UI, or I could implement a separate app. And I think that's where you'd press down to about 100%, and then we'd ask you to press down to what you think is 50%, and then from that we'd calculate the curve. Now the thing is the philosophical question is, which features really should be driver features, right? Like, I don't think pulled string smoothing should be a driver feature. I think smoothing and drivers should be to deal with jitteriness, not to like as special effects. So that's an interesting dilemma. Oh, another feature, which is more of a bring it in, is the ability to switch the settings based on what app you're using. So my idea here is, so in let's say Wacom, you can set the pressure curve for Clipstudio Paint and one for Krita, or other settings apply. I want to do the same thing, and I want to see if the same thing can be done here. The way I'd see that being done is, let me bring up the app. Give me a second. Where is it? I want RCV, this one, right? Yeah. Let's bring up the app. Okay. I have these saved settings. Or sorry. Actually, I don't know. Is there a way to save a setting or configuration for a certain tablet? Would it be taking different snapshots here and saying, use this snapshot when this tablet's connected, but use this snapshot when this tablet is connected? Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm looking to see if Cube has a thought on this. But yeah, but you get the idea, right? I want settings that dynamically switch depending. It has settings for tablets already. Actually, does it dynamically switch already? Maybe I'm confusing. Maybe I think it. I don't know. I'll have to test. Does it dynamically switch settings already? But then I still have to account for features I add, right? Which brings me to another topic. My app probably has its own persistence of settings, which I need to rationalize with what OTD does, right? Because we want them to some degree to align, if not be consistent. But yeah, per application settings is one I'm interested in. What else can I think of here? Per application. Sense Labs did some interesting things about switching displays. That may be a bit too much for this app. Yeah, look, we can come up with all sorts of wild ideas, and I'm hoping we can do that to just give ourselves a better experience. I will probably remove the diagnostic. Let me just show you the diagnostics. This actually just does exactly what OTD diagnostics does, so I don't think it's necessary. You might as well just use the OTD diagnostics. Let me just show it to you, right? It's exactly OTD diagnostics. Actually, you know what? I might leave this in because it does a few cool things, like it actually shows you the pressure as the little dot increases. So, and it does show you the hover distance. That's fair. That's fair. It does do something interesting here. So let's stop that. Yeah, I think I'll leave it in. I'll leave it in. Let's see. Oh, a cube says, there's a CSP thing where you can draw some lines or a sketch and whatever. It attempts to automatically calibrate. Yes. Yes. I will take a look at that. That's a good one. That's a good one. Where you're actually drawing a little bit and it's like, here's where I think you should be. Yeah, I'll take a look at how that works and what it generates. The settings file includes all tablets at once, but each tablet is separate within the settings file. So you can put together different tablet settings from different settings files. Got it. Got it. Got it. So each setting contains all the tablets, but we could switch the settings, right? Quickly. Yeah, I mean, I guess at the very minimum, I would add a feature that lets the user manually switch fast. So for example, let's go bring up, let me show you this again. At the very minimum, hang on, I gotta get this darn thing. Where's my mouse? I'm clicking on the wrong mouse. Sorry, I gotta get this. Yeah, here we go. Where is it? Here. At the very minimum, I'd want the right click here, for example, to say switch settings, right? Like switch between these saved settings. That might be a useful feature. And then I can detect what app window is in front. You know, just like all sorts of apps do. And then switch the setting on that. I think that might work. I think I'm gonna do that. One thing I've always wanted to know is like, there's no easy way for, how can I say this? There's no easy way in any tablet driver UI to see all the settings that you have for different apps. Like you don't even know very easily. So maybe I should enhance this UI. OTD already has presets for manually switching quickly using, so it should be trivial for your AI to implement that. Okay. OTD GUI actually has that feature in there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm glad you're here because I don't use OTD that often. So I sometimes don't know if something's already in OTD or not. So that helps to have someone like you around. Yeah, ultimately, again, I'm gonna try to make sure that this gets simpler and simpler. The philosophy is someone should be able to open up, run this app in Wacom in 203, old tablet, and the second they get to the dashboard, right, the very second, that they shouldn't have to, besides vMulti, they shouldn't have to do anything. Everything is just auto-configured for them automatically. Okay? And then all the common features they have will be available in out of the box, so to speak. One thing I did, you'll actually notice, if you're an OTD developer, you'll notice this. There's 14, I asked Claude to review all the OTD issues and create a doc that links to them if they're about feedback that artists would have. And so you actually see in the OTD bugs, a little, 7 pens referred to this issue in his doc or some doc or something, so another issue, sorry. And that's just, I'm sourcing from the OTD GitHub discussions, what I might want to add to this app, right? So yeah, just a bunch of different ideas about what we can do and how to improve it. And I think I can't remember what the answer was about the Avalonia OTD effort. It seems like development is not happening there. It's focused on the .6 releases for a while. I guess sometime later it might kick back up. But Cube, if there's anything I should look at in the Avalonia branch. It doesn't sound like there is. Just let me know. I'm happy to go try it, take a look, see what I can learn. I think you showed me a screenshot or something of it once, but I don't remember it that well. But yeah, I think we can actually, we're set up pretty soon to have a very easy experience for artists with OTD. And that's probably going to rename this to the OTD Artist Helper. One for Windows, one for Mac OS, hopefully. That way it's more obvious what this is for. This is for artists, not OSU players, right? I think if you're an OSU player, you probably want to stick with the OTD UI because it does all the weird customization that you actually need, right? This is just, it works out of the box. The only thing I think is going to be a little weird is the vMulti installation, which I didn't show it to you, but it will download and install vMulti. The catch there is vMulti, when you install it, can reboot the computer. And then also, when you uninstall it, might reboot. So it gives you a warning about that. Avalonia branch is working. You can build it if you want to check out. Yeah, I'll just check it out. I'll check it out. And I'll also do another search for other tablet driver UIs to see if people have had any ideas or there are other implementations that might be interesting. Basically, I just want to steal as many good ideas as possible and just put them in here. I do recognize that the UI is a little busy in terms of like, we've got a million different tabs here, like paired tablets, save settings, custom configs. I might merge some of these things, but I'm not gonna get rid of anything yet. But I do want to make it simple. I don't want an artist to be like baffled, right? I might change the text of some things. Like, I'll give you an example, and again, I'd always love Cube's feedback on this. For custom tablet configs, so I mean, how can I say this? You know, I'm thinking like a Microsoft Program Manager. Config is like what the developers would say, right? That's how developers, oh, it's a config file. How would a user express what's going on here? They would say, oh, this is like a compatibility file. Like if I have this compatibility file, it'll dynamically add compatibility. So I might tweak the UI text to say something like, I don't know how to say it. It'd be like compatibility, compatibility files or something. Compatibility config, something that makes them understand you would do this to add compatibility that is not baked into the code already, if that makes sense. Oh, Cube, I'm glad you mentioned that. He says, I'm pretty sure you can edit that vMulti installed script so it doesn't have the possibility of rebooting automatically, but the user will have to reboot manually if it was required. You could call it tablet compatibility overrides. Yes, okay, I like that. I like that because it does have an override behavior as well. Yes. Okay, I will add that. I might group that into advanced setting because it's more of an advanced feature, but I won't hide it. So about your vMulti comment, I actually already, because I didn't want the script to launch with another command window. So already I asked Claude to take a look at what the script does, which the script doesn't do too much, and implement it as in C# code. So I will double check how it handles the rebooting case. I think it does something like that. Like it warns you, but I don't know if it prevents the sort of automatic reboot, right? I have to double check on that, but at least I'm halfway to what you're saying. Okay, Chill says, quick thoughts on Cintiq 16. Cintiq 16, the 2025 model, is fantastic tablet. High recommend, easy recommendation, great pen, great display, very reasonable cost, and because it's 16 by 10, it actually feels like a little bit of a larger tablet than most 16-inch tablets. Saul, I think you're suggesting the next time we stream, we check out the Cintiq 16. Happy to do that if that's what you're suggesting. But yeah, I like Cube's idea, tablet compatibility overrides, because I'm so obsessed with naming things correctly, so that you don't have to, the human doesn't have to struggle with what to conceptualize it as, right? Too often in the tech world, we tend to name things what they're by their implementation. Like it's a config file or it's a JSON, blah, 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 which are true, but a consumer doesn't think of it that way, right? There's no slot in their head for how do I use it? When editing device drivers in Windows programmatically, there's an arg you can pass that says reboot if needed, and that makes it random. Okay. Is there a way to detect if a reboot is needed? Like, does the driver installation say, oh, by the way, you should probably reboot? Because then I could actually be very specific about rebooting in a very deterministic way. I forget what it's called in the vmulti install script, but if it's using PNP util, it's literally /reboot. Okay, got it. Yeah, we never want random reboots, right? We want to be predictable about reboots. Either tell them you need to reboot. I can even add a check. Yeah, I can do this. I've done this before in different apps where I can add a reboot if needed check, because there is at least in Windows, there is a reboot needed flag. And if the driver install sets that, I can actually watch for that and say, hey, you're not using this correctly. You need to reboot before things will work correctly. So I'll check for that as well. That's a fantastic thing to add. Okay, I think we've got good ideas. Cube, thank you so much for being on chat. Thanks to everyone else, but especially for Cube, since he's given me lots of new ideas and technical things to think about here. I'm gonna end the stream now, and we might even stream again later this week. But thank you, and keep the suggestions coming. I've got more planned for this, which I'll reveal later this week. Nothing secret. It's everything I just told you. But yeah, I'm gonna give you a new version of this later in the week. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Okay, everyone, have a great day, and I'll be streaming again soon. See you all soon. Bye.